If you could please be seated, we'll go ahead and get this meeting started. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, May 15th. We just have one study session item for tonight. Up first is Prosecuting Attorney Ian Griffin, here to discuss the Victims' Compensation Funds. Good evening, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin, is your microphone on?
How about now? My name's Ian Griffin. I'm the prosecutor here in Englewood. Thank you for your time. I'm here today to talk about uncompensated victims funds. Really what we're talking about today is community justice. There's a special problem in situations in criminal courts where city beautification standards require the property be kept at a minimum level. We do have criminal codes that prohibit not cleaning up the property. In the materials I provided a couple of citations to the municipal code with respect to graffiti and illegal dumping and trash and litter. Now, there's two different ways to approach these types of situations. A, the traditional path, which is to catch the wrongdoer, charge the wrongdoer, impose a restitution order against the wrongdoer for the amount that it takes to clean it up. The other path that this can go is under the municipal code that we can actually cite the property owner with failing to clean it up. Under the municipal code, if the property owner doesn't clean it up within 3 days, that property owner is subject to charge. Now, some may view that as unfair. It could be interpreted as unfair as charging the victim of a crime with themselves being a criminal. So what happens also if a wrongdoer cannot be found? For example, with graffiti and illegal dumping, oftentimes that's a very quick charge. Sometimes there's no video evidence. So realistically, there's sometimes a lose-lose situation.
Mr. Griffin, do you mind if I stop you right there? Should we be sharing slides as well as part of this? Yeah.
I believe so. It was turned in. Okay.
And I just want to make sure they're being shared for the members of the audience that are joining remotely as well. So go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. So what is a victim compensation fund? Victim compensation funds provide crucial financial assistance to those who are victims of crimes. So in talking about this special problem of who to charge in, for example, graffiti or illegal dumping situations, if there's no restitution order that can be imposed against that wrongdoer, victim compensation funds can step in and provide that assistance. Victim compensation funds are not a new thing. Believe it or not, this dates back to ancient Babylonian times. It was one of the first forms of assistance provided to victims of crimes. The first modern version of a victim compensation fund was in the United Kingdom and in England in the 1950s. California was the early adopter in 1965 in the States. There are a few normal prerequisites for eligibility under a victim compensation program. Normally, a victim must report the crime and promptly cooperate with police and the prosecution. That application must be made on a timely basis that changes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Also, the Victim Compensation Fund will not pay if there is someone else who should pay, for example, a restitution order. Next, the common exclusion includes things where insurance is going to cover that particular loss. The key thing to remember about victim compensation funds is they are the quote-unquote payor of last resort. And that is the general idea, being the final backstop. Finally, normally the victim cannot have actually contributed or caused to the wrong. So One cannot cause something and then recover for that damage. An important thing to remember here is that apprehension or conviction of the criminal is not required. In looking at best practices, I took a look at state programs. Colorado has one. It has eligibility requirements. First, the victim must have sustained some sort of damage. The state limits it to certain categories of claims. The victim needed to have fully cooperated with law enforcement officials. The crime must have been reported within 72 hours. The injury or death of the victim cannot be as a result of the victim's own wrongdoing or quote-unquote substantial provocation. The victimization must have occurred after a certain date when the program came into effect. The application needed to have been submitted within 1 year from the date of the crime or within 6 months for property damage. The crime is compensated through the relevant judicial district where the crime occurred or where the person resides. The state funds these programs through surcharges on criminal defendants. Each particular program is also administered by the district attorney's office in the relevant judicial district. The State Victim Compensation Fund generally has a few particulars that are similar to what we've been already talking about. There doesn't need to be an arrest or charges filed. Compensation can be requested for direct and consequential damages. Victims must first seek redress from all other financial sources, whether that be private insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, etc. Bills, receipts, and estimates must be attached to the application. Claims and losses are verified. Compensation is capped by category of claim. The program doesn't compensate for property loss or damage, rents, or other personal bills, loss of cash, pain and suffering, and repair to vehicles. Finally, any type of reconsideration of denial is handled by a board. It may be hard to make out on these screens, but this is a screenshot just from a publicly available record. As is obvious, the Victim Assistance Fund and Victims Compensation Fund in this particular case charged $163 apiece, $35 in court costs, $5 for a court security cash fund, $250 in genetic testing. There's a public defender accounts receivable. That request for time to pay is often called a stay fee. There's a restorative justice surcharge, a standard drug assessment, and this is levied on a per count basis. So even under count 3, there's a separate $78. Count 4, there's a $78 fee, and count 5, there's another $78 fee. This next screenshot is captured from a different case. In this particular case, the Victims Assistance Fund receives a $78 entitlement. The Victim Compensation Fund, likewise, and so forth. One key important thing to note here, however, is that even when the probation was revoked and reinstated for another 18-month period, there's a demarcation where it shows that $650 of it was waived. An important thing to understand here is the court always retains jurisdiction under the Constitution to waive any type of recovery, and that is an important procedural safeguard against the imposition of fees on people who can't legitimately afford this type of surcharge. We currently do have an illegal dumping program, as many out there may or may not know. In our program that we currently use, the landfill and trash hauler reimbursement vouchers are produced, distributed, and tracked by code enforcement. The vouchers are usable at any regional landfill or waste transfer station. Vouchers are only available to residents or business owners who have been the victim of illegal dumping, as verified by code enforcement. Vouchers are worth up to $50 in reimbursable expenses. Each residential household, business owner, or property owner is limited to 2 times per year. The current process for the reimbursement program: first is report, second investigation, third a victim affidavit. Then code enforcement provides a letter. Next occurs cleanup by the landfill or waste transfer station, and then a receipt in that letter provided to finance upstairs for voucher fulfillment. There are some lessons learned here from the current program. First, limited funds. Second, limited utilization. There were only 5 vouchers provided in the fiscal year 2022, and the program has a limited scope. In reaching out to other jurisdictions, universally, everyone told me Littleton has the best program. Littleton, like the state, funds it through surcharges on fines. It utilizes a victim compensation board to consider applications. It limits programs to criminal mischief, trespass, and other crimes on a case-by-case basis when damages are not recoverable by insurance. Its program requires that the crime be reported, not necessarily that a case be filed. It requires an itemized bill, and it reimburses vehicle exterior damage, unlike the state, not related to a traffic accident, limited to car windows and tires. Applications are submitted to the Victim Assistant Program, and that program is housed in the Littleton Police Department. I asked its administrator for its lessons learned. It caps reimbursement at $100. Littleton characterized that as a low maximum reimbursement. The majority of its claims for reimbursement are for vehicle break-ins, catalytic converter thefts, and broken residential windows. Some claims are better managed by the state compensation board because of greater potential recovery. Few, however, take advantage of the program. The victim feedback from its program is that many feel the program isn't quote-unquote worth it for quote-unquote only $100. If we look at the surcharge situation as it could pertain to our municipal court, I provided some numbers from the municipal court's website on its prior calendar year caseload. As we can tell from the graph, case filings are declining at a rather rapid rate. However, a few important things to remember about criminal cases: roughly 98% of criminal cases actually are ended with a plea. Whether that's a plea of guilty, nolo contendere, most cases plead out. If a $5 surcharge were added to all cases in fiscal year 2021, then the program could be funded $24,000. If a $5 surcharge were added to all cases in fiscal year 2022, the program would have just under $21,000. One special issue in criminal cases is actually collection of the fines owed. Assuming a 50% collection rate, however, in fiscal year 2022, this could equate to approximately 100 potential $100 awards. Even if revenues are lower, that still could be funds to provide to persons who are in need of assistance and who are legitimately the victim of a crime. Looking at the statistics on potential utilization, in 2022, code enforcement reported 44 calls for service for trash and litter, 90 calls for service of illegal dumping, and 42 calls of graffiti. Next steps if council does want to proceed with some sort of victim compensation fund. First, determine how to fund the program. Second, determine the criminal charges that this would apply to and limit the scope appropriately. For example, littering and trash, illegal dumping and graffiti. Third, decide what sort of cap there would be on any potential maximum recovery so that the program could reach the maximum number of persons in need of assistance. Next, create some sort of back-end accounting for the program with regular reporting. Our office checked with finance, and finance believes that that would not be a large administrative burden. Secondarily, if it's through a surcharge on fines and costs through the court, there may also be a lead up with respect to getting that built out into e-court. Next, the one main important distinction through those lessons learned between Littleton and the state is deciding who will administer the program, whether that's the prosecution office, code enforcement, whomever it may be, has to make the forms and actually administer the program. Next, utilize current stakeholders with the capacity to assist. I can represent that the prosecutor's office would have the throughput to be able to administer this sort of program. Finally, provide information to all stakeholders and frontline employees to increase awareness to achieve maximum utilization. This is the type of program that, if implemented, needs to be used. And that sums up the Victim Compensation Fund, and I'd like to open it up to see if there are any questions.
Mr. Griffin, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll let Member Russell kick us off with questions. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Can you go back a couple of screens where it talked about the code enforcement? Illegal dumping calls for service. So who calls code enforcement?
Generally, it's the property owner.
And there's trash behind their...
Normally, it's going to be trash in the front yard, whether that be a dishwasher, spare tires, whatever. The property owner is calling in saying, I'm the victim of illegal dumping, and then code enforcement has to make a decision as to, A, can I find whoever did it, and B, do I charge this person with failing to clean it up after 3 days?
And then what about trash and litter? What are those calls? Are
Generally the same.
They'll call... The
correct.
homeowner will call and say...
Correct. They'll call in claiming to be a victim of graffiti. Potentially there may be a few self-reports in there, but by and large, these are mostly property owners who are in need of help.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions from Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, on your lessons learned slide, I'm struck by the Littleton bullet point, the first one, $100 maximum. What are we looking at? Is that, it seems to be our target, $100 for this program.
Potentially. Well, the key thing to understand here is, for example, on illegal dumping, if it's just trash, that could be $100 to $150 waste pickup. So this doesn't, even at $100, it doesn't account for the actual full cost of what it would take to schedule that type of pickup. And that doesn't include, for example, if it's hazardous waste such as tires, or let's say a refrigerator with refrigerant in it.
Right, right. And those are actually the scenarios that I'm thinking of. You know, I, some time ago, was a victim myself of this. And I think we've jumped over the hurdle where code enforcement contacts you and says, someone has caused you harm. Congratulations, it's your job now to clean it up. That's ineloquent. I should say they inform you that you have to clean it up, regardless of whether you caused the problem or not. But I spent $250 on a roll-off because there was literally that much garbage on my fence line. So $100, I might not have even bothered to file for the $100. It's $100 more than I would have had otherwise. But it doesn't actually seem to handle the problem.
That's absolutely the feedback from Littleton. They are talking about upping their cap.
Okay. So we're in the question period right now, so I'll save my comments on this for later, but that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ward on the dollar number. I know it's happened to me also, where my neighbor let me know that somebody had put stuff on my garage apron. And I go out there and it's like somebody's living room has been dumped on my garage apron. And this was years ago when the city used to send Public Works out with a dump truck and pick it up. But there's no way that I could call one of the trash providers for $100 to get rid of that. It would have been much more than that. I know that.
That ultimately is the issue, though, because the lower cap you have, if you choose to implement this program, the more people can be assisted. For example, on the Littleton conferral that I made, catalytic converter thefts are a scourge right now. There are a lot of these folks out there taking catalytic converters, but if anybody's priced out a catalytic converter lately, those are, on the short end, hundreds of dollars.
Yeah,
And there's a very complex series of regulations where you may have to go with original equipment catalytic converters for your vehicle. And they may be a unit, it could be thousands of dollars.
yep.
And so that is the policy question that if council does want to move forward, where does the cap happen? Because if it's a $3,000 catalytic converter and we're only dealing with annually a 50% collection rate and the same filings as last year at a $5 surcharge, you're only going to be able to help so many people.
Okay, also on that same page, the reimbursement, second to last bullet, are exterior mirrors, I mean, they're pretty easy to go by and knock off, kick off, whatever. And I would think that would be on there.
It would be a covered issue as long as it wasn't an accident. So that would fall under criminal mischief. So if someone comes along and kicks a mirror, that's mischief as opposed to some sort of accident.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's the questions I had on it.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. What would you anticipate the process that a victim would have to go through to apply for these funds, or what is Littleton's process like? Is it just filling out an application, or do you have to stand before a board?
It's basically an application, yes.
Okay.
In preparation for this, I actually reviewed the application and would find it satisfactory to use as a form with some minor modifications.
How long the
It-
applications?
Administratively, it's not a long process.
Okay.
As long as someone has a receipt, was the reporter, and all of these things can be verified and quite easily because it's housed in their police department. So they're gonna have access to the records.
Right.
They're gonna have some sort of investigation to find out whether the victim contributed to it. And if not, as long as there's an itemized receipt, it's a fairly simple process.
Very good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Member Russell?
Thank you. So, I know there have been a lot of catalytic converters stolen, but if a person, reports, damage to their vehicle and it was stolen, a lot of insurance companies will cover some of that, correct? I mean, other than you
Yes.
have out of pocket.
Yes, it depends on what type of coverage, because some only have liability where if you drive the vehicle and you wreck someone else, they'll cover that, but they won't cover hail damage or what have you. It requires, I believe, comp to be on the policy. And even if that is the case, the victim's still gonna be out whatever deductible they have.
Now, if they found the person that was doing it, they could charge them, I mean, the court could charge them restitution, correct?
Correct, and most of these victim comp programs, the key thing to understand here is what happens when someone can't be found who did the wrong. And if someone is found, then it's typically handled through restitution.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if, let's say it's car parts theft or whatever, that is a crime.
Correct.
Well, and illegal dumping is a crime too, but it seems to me like that's a little bit different when it's a vehicle.
Correct.
Okay, I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
No problem.
We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Nuenkamp.
Yeah, we're talking about assessing this as a court surcharge, and my question is relative to how that works. would this surcharge be something that the judge would have the authority to waive if he chose to do so, or would it be charged on all cases where a conviction was secured?
Under the Constitution, the judge always retains discretion to waive any type of fines, fees, and costs. The state actually has a program that it uses. There's a Chief Justice Directive on the process through which a person must actually request of the court to waive fines and costs. Then there's a affidavit and basically a more or less a hearing to decide whether that person is indigent based on the CJD.
Great, thank you.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. If we were to create this fund, this would be in lieu of the existing voucher program, correct?
Correct.
And if we were to say, let's increase the max cap from 100, let's say to 200 to make it more advantageous to the victim and people applying for it, and the money were to run out halfway through the year, is it just on a first come, first serve basis? Or what happens if you're a victim and the money is gone for that year?
That would be at the discretion of whatever the council wants. Generally, if there's no money, no one can be paid out, however.
But it is just on a first come, first served basis. Is that how the other programs work that you're familiar
Yes.
with? Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? And not any comments in regards to direction to Mr. Griffin on how to proceed? Just go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Based upon the projections and the feedback we got from Littleton, I would suggest a good place to start would be a $10 surcharge and $200 in assistance. That is a little bit more. Personally, my deductible on my homeowner's insurance is $1,000. So it doesn't quite, make up for whatever loss I would have experienced, but it does have the potential to decrease the cost of an illegal dump or some other, graffiti type situation. I mean, a bucket of paint isn't really that expensive, but if I have to hire a painter, that gets costly. So I think that would be the first step I would take as a pilot on this, is to make sure that whatever amount we assign to victims is actually helpful to those victims and accomplishes the task that we're setting out to accomplish. And I would put that on the backs of the offenders.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell?
Thank you. Unfortunately, these crimes play on the backs of people. But I don't think that the amount that we will be able to do, because most of these people are not caught. So you're not charging them. You're charging somebody else for their crime. I mean, is that true or not? So, go ahead.
Not necessarily. Remember, a key component is payor of last resort, because if someone is actually caught, charged, and convicted, then we're dealing with restitution. On the flip side, however, if no one's actually caught, then we still have a victim who is the victim of crime. Now, that is the policy question here, insofar as who should pay. Well, A, do we want to have this program? And if so, B, who pays? Now, that could be through surcharge like with the state, surcharge with Littleton, could be some other funding source. That's at your discretion. But if someone's actually found and a criminal is found liable, then that criminal is likely going to be paying restitution.
If the criminal is found, then the restitution to that victim would be taken care of, correct?
Assuming collection, but by and large, yes.
Okay, this is just my opinion. I feel badly for people that it happens to. I do believe there are churches out there that will help people clean up. I think there are a lot of ways for people to get the help that they need if they absolutely need it. And I think that perhaps if council wants to do something, maybe we should start a good citizen thing like they had at the Malley Center to shovel snow for people who can't afford or cannot shovel their snow but can't afford. Now, I know the Malley Center was charging, or the people were charging, but I think there are other things. I think that the city already has a lot of expenses that we are looking at, the court, and there is, you said you're really probably not going to be able to administer it.
No, I said I would have the throughput.
You would have to throughput?
Yeah, I'd have the ability to administer this sort of program.
Okay,
As you saw, the case filings were down, so I may have some extra time.
okay. It is my opinion at this time that we don't do anything about this. I mean, it's incredibly sad that there are criminals out there that prey on people. But I just don't think that this is something this council should be dealing with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward, did you have your light on, or? Thought I saw it, but go ahead.
I don't think it was on, but I have it on now. I guess I disagree with Councilmember Russell. I think there should be some sort of fee, because if the criminal is caught later on, you know, restitution is past tense, but it could go toward paying back the victim's assistance fee. And, you know, we could fund something with seed money for the first year to see how it's working out and what the revenue side really is for Englewood. And go from there in future year funding. But, you know, I would want criminals, people that are especially illegal dumping, because I mean, there's too much of it going on in Englewood and has been for years. I want those people accountable if they are caught. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Woodward, did you chime in on what the surcharge would be and if we would up the maximum from $100? $250 was suggested by Mayor Pro Tem, I believe. 200. Any suggestion there?
I want it, yeah, I would, 100 is fine, 200 is fine also, as far as I'm concerned, but, you know, there's certainly some number there that's
Okay.
reasonable in quote, the market for municipal courts.
All right. Thank you, Member Woodward. We'll go to Member Anderson and then Member Russell, unless.
Okay,
was
I
there
just wanted to
another-
ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
A quick question. So do you know what the percentage of solving illegal dumping is?
That I wouldn't know. I'd have to check with code.
Okay, that might be a good idea to have that information too before we move forward. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
I think Member Russell's point to me is important to consider, in that if we're charging a surcharge on other criminals that have committed a crime, and if their just fine was $100 for that, and now they're paying $110, are we arbitrarily increasing their fine in a way that's unjust? And I don't know the answer to that, but I guess the approach I would want to take is to be careful about how much we increase that extra, if we're going to do this, how much we increase that extra amount. And I do think it is a good idea to have the judge have the discretion here. What makes sense in my head is if there is if the whatever, fine or fee or whatever that a criminal of some other crime has to pay, as long as a portion of that fair and just payment that they pay goes into a victim's compensation fund, then I think it's a fine and workable solution. If this means we're just increasing what somebody pays beyond a justifiable limit, then I do think Member Russell's concern actually, bears some consideration. So I want to be careful about the $5 or $10. I mean, for the victim, for victims, I would say, yeah, let's increase it to $20 or $100 to do that surcharge. If we could do that in a just way, I think that's totally fine. But I would want some assurance that this is both just for for those who have committed other crimes and are then paying the surcharge, and for the victims as well. So I'm open to that. I like the 10 and 200, but just would want to hear some justification and assurance that this isn't going to put an undue burden on somebody else. Oh, one other, while I have the mic, one other thought. I don't know if there's, sometimes you'll see at various retail places, would you like to donate, this much to some other, to some other fund or something like that. This seems like maybe there's an appropriate place where we could have a voluntary donation to this associated with some other city function. If somebody was willing to do that, that seems like another potential source of funds.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nudenkamp.
I like that idea, Member Anderson. I'm in support of the $5 fee at this point, and maybe something between 150 and 200 for the cap for the victim assistance. The current program we have offers $50, but only 5 victims used it in 2022. And so I would actually like an incremental approach here. Let's see if we raise the cap, raise the assistance from 50 to maybe 150 or 200. Will we get more people interested in that? Then we'll, would $5 per cover that? Or do we need to consider raising it a year after that? But I'd like to get a year of data and look at it first. Jumping to 10, I'm with Member Anderson, feels like maybe I'm not quite there yet, but I do support doing something here.
Thank you, Member Nudenkamp. Member Russell, light still on or no?
Sorry.
Perfect. I will chime in. I'm in favor of setting up some sort of program. I'm having a harder time with the $5 or $10 surcharge for some of the reasons that Member Anderson stated, as well as Member Russell. I'm actually okay with the 200 portion, just because I just based on the example that Mayor Pro Tem gave, I do feel that there needs to be some sort of value that those that are less likely to be able to afford to either buy roll-off or kind of pay for this, I want them to actually pay the full amount of what the damage was to their property. So I'd be in favor of that. I'm more in favor of the $5 at this point. So that's where I land, but I think right now we're kind of like mixed in terms of what that surcharge would be. But see if anyone else has any other options. I think most of us have weighed in. Member Wink, do you want to weigh in at all, or?
Yeah, I definitely am. I'm in favor of us supporting the program monetarily, and I don't feel anything strong either way. I think we're on a good track forward. I think if we can compromise beyond, between what the 4 of us have said to supporting this funding. I especially appreciated Member Nudenkamp saying, hey, let's gauge what the response is if it increases with a bit of an increase in funding. So in support of funding this.
Thank you so much, Member Wink. Mr. Griffin, I know that we haven't really given direction in terms of an exact dollar amount that we would see on an ordinance here or a change, but it does sound like we are in favor of it. So I think we may have to come to a compromise at some point if this does come back in front of us. Go ahead, Member Nudenkamp.
I was just gonna say, I can get to 200 if that helps us get to 4, a $5 fee and a 200 max.
I think the 200 seems to be doesn't seem to be the issue. I think it's more the surcharge itself, whether it's $5 or $10 or maybe even $7.50, somewhere in between. But I think that's the portion that I think that we're most likely going to have to compromise in when this does come back in front of us. So, Mr. Griffin, anything else? Did we give enough direction here, or any additional questions you may happen to have?
No, that makes sense.
All right, perfect. If there's no further questions, Mr. Griffin, thank you very much for that presentation, and looking forward to this coming back in front of us here in the near future.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. And with that, it is 6:40. We'll adjourn here for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 7 o'clock, and hopefully the lights are going to be back on for us here, but I think online you guys should be able to see us clearly. Thank you, everyone. See you at 7. And we are now back. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Thank you. City Clerk, if you could take roll call.
Yes. Member Anderson,
Present.
Member Newnenkamp,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink,
present.
Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 members present.
Thank you. Agenda item 5, minutes of the regular city council meeting from May 1st, 2023. Any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the May 1st meeting?
I move to approve the minutes of the May 1st meeting.
Thank you, Member Wink. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. No appointments, communication, proclamations, or recognition tonight. Moves us to recognition of scheduled public comment. This is the deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. Prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office, this is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There's an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner, and council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Tonight, Member Wink will be providing a response to public comment. And we'll open up with Kayleen Nichols, an Englewood resident, here to address council regarding efforts to attract families to the community. Good evening, Ms. Nichols. She should be green. If you could just try to make it green. I know there's plenty of buttons up there, but let's see if we can make it work. Not yet. Give us 1 second, Ms. Nichols. There we go.
Pushed the wrong button. That's why.
Good evening, Ms. Nichols. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Okay. Kayleen Nichols, 4501 South Calumet Street, Englewood, Colorado. I'm in Steve's district.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Go ahead.
Council members, thank you. I am here to say thank you very much for a job well done to make Englewood a community that is attractive to families. We have seen visible, positive results since my husband and I moved here 8 years ago to be near family. In our neighborhood, we often saw people walking dogs. I mean, this is Colorado. And then we began to see young couples walking dogs. Then we began to see strollers and young couples and dogs. So in the last year or so, I began to see like a parent jogging along with a little child on their little first bike. And then I began to see just in the last year, whole families riding bicycles. They're adjusting their pace for the littlest one in the group. In the few years we've been here, we have seen the city respond to urgent needs like the stormwater sewer upgrades after the flood. And we've seen several schools rebuilt or updated to replace older ones, and we've seen parks and playgrounds updated with new equipment, all in the time we've been here. And we've noticed an increasing amount of encouraging people to participate in community events, whole community or neighborhood nights, like this flyer that I had gotten on neighborhood nights. And there's a block party trailer now to help people that need supplies for hosting a block party. And all these things and so much more have made Englewood a safe, attractive place to raise a family and live. And I wanted to also thank you for addressing some of the challenging and perhaps less visible issues, such as this flyer mentions, and thank you, by the way, for sending it. So there were some things I learned. And thank you for taking leadership on the housing issues. Housing issues require much wisdom, patience, and flexibility on everyone's part. Thank you for the efforts that have attracted new businesses and renovated the downtown blocks north of Hamden. It's much more inviting and attractive than when we arrived. My gratitude for the magnitude of progress is based on a 31-year experience of living in an older suburb of another large city. When we first moved in with our young children, the suburb was thriving. There were families there raising kids. They were using the pools, using the playgrounds, shopping locally. By the time we left, 3 newer suburbs had been built. People were moving from the older suburbs to the newer suburbs, and lacking forward leadership, our older suburb became run down and not as safe. We went from a thriving community to one in which I was advised to get rid of my regular storm door and buy a double security lock storm door. So, council members, I'm just here to thank you. You're doing the work that my former city leadership didn't do, and I really appreciate your efforts to keep Englewood the kind of city that attracts the next generation. Thank you for the growth and supporting the growth and supporting the change that keeps our city healthy. I fully support you. Thank you.
Ms. Nichols, thank you very much for that. Ms. Nichols, just 1 second, just in case we have questions.
Okay.
Not so fast, Ms. Nichols.
was getting
Any
ready.
questions from members of council? If not, I will ask a question, Ms. Nichols, since you
Yeah.
have experience living in another city for 30-plus years that, you know, didn't keep up or do enough for families. So is there anything else that we should, you rattle off several ideas about what we've done in terms of neighborhood
Yes.
nights, block party, but anything else top of mind that we probably should get in front of to not, you know, be like the city that you moved from to come to Englewood?
You mean to keep moving forward?
To keep moving forward, yes.
Okay. The only thing I can think of is, for example, this flyer I found at the Malley Center. I don't know if there's a way to make people more aware of whole community events. You know, that's the only thing I can think of more. I don't know.
Communication is always the hardest thing for us,
Yes,
to make sure to get it
communication.
out for everyone,
Getting
because
the
there's so
word
many
out.
different ways to communicate to
Yeah.
people, or so many different ways that people
Yeah.
receive communication. But completely agree with you, Ms. Nichols. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for your time
Thank you.
tonight. Up next is Jennifer White, an Englewood resident, here to address council. Good evening, Ms. White. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Yeah, Jennifer White, 1090 West Stanford Drive. I want to start with a quote from Maya Angelou that I've been thinking a lot about lately. People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you've made them feel. Standing here in front of you today, I feel confused and a little bit scared. As a resident, I feel like this city is at a crossroads right now. What we are doing doesn't seem to be working. I haven't been to a meeting in months or listened in where tensions aren't high, at times too high to bear. I hear that there are recalls on over half of our council. I hear about lawsuits being discussed, and I'm filled with fear that we are so caught up on pushing forward on major, possibly jarring decisions for our city, that we've somehow lost sight of how to successfully get there together. I have gone back and forth on sharing this with you, but I do think it's important. When I was walking down the Pan and surrounding streets for the Sam's Pud months ago, I was told repeatedly, "Thank you for what you were doing, but it's too late. They will pass this and don't care the impact to us." I would respond as a newer member of the community, "I'm sorry you feel this way, but we must continue to speak up." I heard over and over that they've stopped fighting because it's a waste of their time. A few I heard from stated that when it goes to P&Z, it's typically a done deal already. I stand here today with more questions than answers on that PUD, and often I think about this. My heart remains broken for those on the Pan and surrounding streets. These buildings are way too close to their homes and will tower over them, blocking all natural sunlight and removing any privacy they once had in their own backyard. It will create insane traffic and parking issues, some of which I've already noticed, including when emergency vehicles are stopped. I wonder what will happen to the parks being overcrowded. I wonder if the pedestrian bridge will ever be built, knowing that we're still severely short on funding, even with the builder's contribution. I wonder how we talk about concerns of density, yet we're willing to put 3 large apartment buildings and 34 townhouses on a narrow 2-lane street just feet from Santa Fe. keeping in mind there are already discussions on continuing to build on Navajo. I don't want to see what happened with that PUD be repeated. I live in constant fear in my own home. At some point, this city will approve a large building of some kind in my front yard, removing every reason I purchased my home just 2.5 years ago. With that said, I would like to ask council to begin discussions on height restrictions, specifically when houses are in areas where possible construction of large buildings could happen. We can't keep overlooking the fact that people live directly in front or behind of these buildings and the impact that these projects will have on our home and livability. We also need a plan for traffic, parking, and other concerns prior to just building and hoping for the best. I would also like to share some other suggestions that I hope you may consider moving forward. I would feel much better if I saw more actionable takeaways after meetings versus taking note and moving forward. I think that the tension and frustration we all feel nowadays is based on people not feeling heard. I often hear extremely valid, good questions arise, but sadly I don't hear a lot of answers or follow-ups. More often than not, I continue to hear the same questions come up over and over again. People are engaged and they're listening, but they want their questions addressed and their concerns addressed prior to an approval or moving forward. When this doesn't happen, people become frustrated. They lose hope and trust. Once you lose that, the gloves do come off because, let's be honest, it's human nature. Perhaps when questions are brought up in council meetings, a follow-up can be assigned to someone specifically on council, so at minimum, people are receiving a follow-up to address what they've spoken about. Even after public comment closes and closing comments from council are over, there are still lingering questions often that need to be addressed, and acknowledgement is not an answer. Another suggestion I have is I've attended almost all of the town halls. It's common that residents leave angry and with the same questions they came in with. These meetings begin with Q&A and often end in venting sessions. Maybe in upcoming town halls, there can be an agenda with only a few topics that will be the focus of discussion. Anything outside of that should be addressed and be added to a parking lot and addressed in an upcoming session. I truly believe that this would allow us to focus and really dig into these topics. It would be great to even have documentation to review or discuss, perhaps together walking away with a middle ground we can all agree on. In closing, I do appreciate what you guys do and how challenging the last several months have been. The passion and at times anger you sit through, I believe stems from pure fear. These are our homes. Some of these homes are people's retirement and the only thing that they have. We should remind ourselves that hurting someone to help another is not a solution. We must partner better moving forward. We must work together to get through this and continue to allow Englewood to grow. We won't always agree on the outcome, but I would hate to pass something else ignoring some valid concerns raised. Sometimes we do have to slow down to speed up. I am here to help in any way I can, so please feel free to reach out to me at any time. I want better for us all. Change isn't the scary part here. It's change without radical clarity on what we are doing and the impact it will have on our community. And we need a plan on how to address these impacts. I just want the fighting and anger to subside and to begin to work better, to come up with solutions to maintain the Englewood that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White, for your presentation tonight. Let me see if there's any questions from members of council. I don't see any, Ms. White. Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome.
Up next is C.N. Dickerson, an Englewood resident here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
C.N. Dickerson, Bates Logan. I've heard you wondering why there is criticism of the majority of council. You have undermined our home rule charter with your proposed revisions and changing some ordinances to comply with state law, which we don't have to do. You want to take away the citizens' rights to elect their judge by appointing him, also in violation of our long-established rights by charter. You should be strengthening our home rule charter and making it even more possible for citizens to exert their rights to challenge or overturn your decisions. Then there is this unacceptable violation of our rights by the majority of you trying, in violation of the Constitution, a quasi-religious political ideology focused on homelessness to impose on the citizens who elected you. When I heard member Neunenkamp and Mike Sandgren of Tri-Cities, and he's also of Change the Trend, wanting to put Change the Trend on the task force, or perhaps be the task force for affordable housing, I was appalled. Change the Trend has always been about homeless. What do they know about affordable housing? And who are they? Are there individuals, voting members? change the trend like was indicated on the Secretary of State filing. Who are these individuals and why should they be on any city task force for any reason? What is affordable housing? I'm here to tell you that probably half of the population of homeowners in Englewood can't afford to buy their house at the inflated value that is assigned for tax purposes, which have doubled and tripled this year alone. There is no reason to confuse the issue by another useless task force or by conflating affordable housing with housing for homeless people. In this political and economic climate, you cannot make houses affordable, especially when you incentivize developers to scrape off relatively affordable, serviceable small homes and build million-dollar-plus mini mansions and duplexes. You could stem the tide slightly with much-needed impact fees. They've been proposed many times, even by staff, and they are just as important now as they ever were. But homeless advocates cannot and should not be on any task force concerning affordable housing options. Your job is to protect our rights, and that is your only job. Every decision you make needs to have that as your goal and your underlying premise. Anything you do that violates the rights of anybody, any group, any individual, especially voting homeowner citizens of Englewood, should not be done. In addition, Change the Trend wasn't legally established and could not accept donation money until May of 2020, when Mike Sandgren filed articles of incorporation for Change the Trend as a nonprofit corp at Wellspring Church, their address. And contact for Change the Trend is mike@wellspringenglewood.com, which is also used for donations, and the donations to Change the Trend have to be made to South Metro Community Foundation. This agent is listed as one of the agents of Change the Trend under the name Linda Olson as general member of the Tri-Cities Homeless Initiative. Tri-Cities, nor any of their programs, seem to have any legal standing or ability to receive donations or monies. Is it not a conflict of interest for Joe Anderson and our city manager to be voting members of Tri-City and as council member and city manager advocate for and vote for giving $850,000 of ARPA taxpayer funds to the Tri-Cities Ready to Work program? Especially when no Tri-Cities program or group or name has any apparent legal standing to receive any monies? Where is the transparency? Where is the accountability? Where are meetings posted? Who's making decisions? To whom do we write for information? Why is this such a murky mess? We should not have any relationships between the city of Englewood and any organization that has no legal standing, much less give them taxpayer dollars. You can stop wondering and gnashing your teeth over criticisms of the job you've been doing. The above is just the tip of the iceberg and why quite a few of us object to the job you're doing. Many of us feel you're not doing the job to our benefit, nor what we elected you to do, which is protect our rights.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your comments tonight. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Dickerson, thank you for your time. Up next is Jan Weipert, here to address council regarding zoning and other issues. Good evening, Ms. Weipert. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Jan Weipert, Bellevue and Federal. So I realized as I was trying to decide what to talk about tonight, and I've been thinking hard for the last few days, that I was very sad that 4 council members that are being recalled are not understanding why they're being recalled. It made me sad, honestly. If you don't understand why we're up here and why we're doing the recall, then really, honestly, it's just sad. So, did it. There we go. The question I have is, who are your responsibilities to? Did you think about that before you ran for council? I would say your number 1 responsibility is to renters and owner residents. Renters and owner residents. Number 2 would be to businesses and non-resident owners, because they also were involved in money in this city. Number 3, maybe developers, maybe the homeless who wander from city to city, state to state. And then others Crime is up according to the FBI, not down as purported by at least one council. Oops, I left my numbers. There went a minute, but I'm going to race through them. So violent crimes, 2019, they were 75, 2020, 90, 2021, 245. In 2019, 65% were solved. 2020, 44% were solved. And 2021, 33% were solved. That's down 30% from 2019. Property crimes, 2019, 1,800 were committed. 2020, 2,000 were committed. 2021, 2,400 were committed. In 2019, 22% were solved. In 2020, 15% were solved. In 2021, 8% were solved. This was from the FBI site. If somebody who is on council put out information saying crime is down, they aren't off the FBI site. I heard somewhere maybe larceny was down, white collar crime that affects a few lesser people, maybe less dramatically. I was listening to your presentation earlier and I thought, why don't you take the money you're talking about helping a small number of people, or the money that went to the church, which should be a conflict of church and state, and do some things for residents. One would be getting car tags and putting them in cars so that every vehicle in Englewood could have a trackable car tag in it. And then if the Englewood Police Department had a system in place where maybe our mental health workers could look on a screen and say, oh, this is where the car is, the police could follow up quickly and get the person that stole it arrested and get the car returned before extreme damage was done. They could get locks for steering wheels. The tags would probably cost less than $100,000 for every citizen in Englewood. And then we spend $350,000. I don't get it. There are so many potholes in Englewood today. It was terrible driving through here. The two items would impact immediately criminals with arrests. It would get them out of Englewood. They'd go somewhere else because they'd get caught here. It would stop crime because your criminals are leaving Englewood. You can do things that help us here. By the way, talking about $5 or $10 fees, it costs more than that to track money and have it sitting in your bank account. I'm totally against ADUs, especially non-owner occupied. It's an invitation to developers to come in, buy a property, build more ADUs on it, and scrape them or rent them out for, whatever going rents are. Please, please, no ADUs without being owner occupied in one of them. Not okay. Cheryl Wink, you should be here in the chamber.
Thank you, Ms. Weipert, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Weipert, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Peg Cage, here to address council. Good evening, Ms. Cage. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets. Sure. Actually, if you could just hand them to the city clerk, she'll put them out. Thank you, Ms. Cage. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
I am Peg Cage. I live in Boulder County, and our cross streets are Weld County Road 1 and Vermilion Road. I want to thank you for allowing me to come and speak tonight. I am going to speak on implementing accurate and verifiable elections. I am with two friends, Michelle Hart from Park County and Jimmy McFarland from Adams County. And we have worked for a long time together. We've been really interested in good governance, which we believe means that we, the people, elect the people who will represent us at each level of government. We are concerned, however, that there is so little trust in the process of elections, therefore the elections results, therefore our representatives themselves, and ultimately government as a whole. When we heard that you are considering a special election, we thought it could be an opportunity to work with you to conduct a citywide hand-counted paper ballot election. While we do not know any of the people involved or any of the issues that might have made a special election necessary, our interest is in the election process itself. We have heard that there are 20 counties in Colorado considering conducting hand-counted elections. Englewood's 4 relatively small districts and this short ballot race would be a good opportunity to test our glass box process for tallying a municipal election. Englewood could set the standard and be a trailblazer for the rest of the state. We have used the process several times with groups of 50 to 400 people, and it was fast and transparent, which the voters appreciated. Michelle and Jimmy will talk more about the process, and I looked at your municipal code, which states that voting machines may be used in any municipal election conducted by the city of Englewood. I'm not a lawyer, but in simple language, reading of this code, I see the word may and not shall. So using the machines doesn't seem to be mandated by your code. The next sentence is, such machines may be rented or leased from the county of Arapahoe or qualified vendors at a reasonable rental to be fixed by them. This means to me that you do not already own the machines, you are not paying for a maintenance on them, and you should not feel fiscally obligated to use them. Contrarily, you will most likely be saving your constituents a lot of money by having volunteers count the vote themselves. Plus, you may foster a greater interest in the self-governance of your city by trusting your constituents rather than rented black boxes to count their own election. And then I have a copy of your administrative code. About 65% of American voters do not trust our elections. To the left on this paper, we have included a list of manipulation tactics put together by a research team in the state of Washington. Conducting an old-fashioned hand-counted election would eliminate most of these issues. And I do have copies if anybody is interested, and it also has Michelle's presentation on it. So stop me on my way out and you can have a copy. Below is a link to a 3-minute talk to county commissioners in Texas by a cybersecurity expert. And that cybersecurity expert ends, well, I'll tell you the link is why no county should use electronic voting. And then he will tell you why. So to be clear, we're not selling anything. We're just trying to be part of the solution. We think our process is good, but it doesn't matter to us if you choose to use our particular process or not. We could try different methods in each of your 4 different districts. For more information, we've given you a email address, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Ms. Case, thank you very much for your topic tonight. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Newnham.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I have a question. As someone who's advocating for hand counting of ballots, how do you respond to all of the research and data that says that hand counting is less accurate than machine counting?
I would say that there's probably more need for research because the people who advocate for it, of course, say that the machines are not correct, which is what the list here says. The machine manipulation, ballot manipulation, manual adjudication, secret machine adjudication, the mail ballots that you can't tell who voted them. There's many things. The ERIC system is.
That's okay, you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And
Thank you.
so if the city or county decided to use your process or is there a charge for you conducting
No,
the
we
election?
would gladly come down and train you and work with you to do this. You guys would have to print your own ballots, but you would have to do that anyway. And it's very simple. Michelle has a great slideshow about it that she will show you. But we're very interested in proving that it can be done. I mean, it hasn't been that many years since that's how it was always done. So we would like to encourage people to go back to that and try it. So yeah, we're available.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
To be clear, you're not just advocating for a hand count, you're actually advocating for required in-person voting, no mail ballots.
I think that you, as the city council, would be able to set who would be eligible for a mail ballot. I would advocate that you do not send out unsolicited mail ballots because that's where a lot of our ghost voters and other fraudulent voters come in. So if you do have most of your people coming in and checking in as they receive their ballot, I think you will have a more honest election.
Thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Ms. Cage, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Up next is Michelle Hart. Members of the public, if you could keep your applause to yourself, I want this to be a welcoming place for everyone to bring up any topic. So, Ms. Hart, I know that you have a presentation for us. Good evening, Ms. Hart. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
My name is Michelle Hart. I'm from Park County. I live at the intersections of Berlin Drive and Highway 73 in Bailey. Can I?
Yes, there should be, actually, we won't start your time just yet. Give us 1 second, Ms. Hart. There should be you have the dongles, so yeah, there should be a USB or something like that there. Give us 1 second, we got IT. Give us 1 second, Ms. Hart. I think we just need to change the feed to that screen here.
Okay. Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
There we go. Ms. Hart, if you want to, actually, you already gave both, so when you're
Yes.
ready, we'll start the time.
Thank you. So I am here tonight to talk about the glass box process. This really is about bringing forward and implementing accurate and verifiable elections. Now, our forefathers intended for our communities, our community citizens and members to run our elections. Of course, they had no idea that we're going to have the population explosion that we have, which is one of the reasons why I think people kind of freak out a little bit when you hear about people saying, well, let's do paper ballots as opposed to running them through a machine, right? But our forefathers also intended that our county governments would be split into sections, and today we know of those as precincts. So if you're doing your counting at the precinct levels, and I don't know how your precincts are broken up, but we in Park County, which is a fairly small county population-wise, we're split into 13 precincts. So what would happen is you would have people who would volunteer, come in and help to count those ballots. And what I'm going to show you tonight is sort of an overview of what that might look like. So this is actually a 5-step process. The first part of the process is that after a person comes in, they step up to a table, someone verifies that they are a citizen, they check their license, they receive a ballot. After they've voted, our first step is that we're verifying that the electors' eligibility and the member packets are distributed. When we talk about member packets, we're really talking about they're going to get a ballot for congressional district, House district, their county elections, anything that is happening at that particular election. Step 2 is that the members will be instructed on the ballot color for each race. And that way we ensure that the ballots aren't getting mixed up into a different box. It's a clear box. We can all see that all of the yellow ballots are in one, orange in another, green in another, etc. Then our members would vote a specific ballot and fold it in half. They would drop that ballot into a glass box, and the teller committee would begin to check the electors' ballots and notate that the vote was placed. So what does that actually look like? What this process is intended to do is to be right out front, set up in front of voters. People want to vote and step aside and watch the process, they can. So essentially what we have is at each table, we have a reader in the middle. We have a verifier on the left, a verifier on the right. Today we probably call those election judges. So the reader will take the ballot, hold it out in front for the person on the left and the right to see the vote. They would mark a tally sheet, and they would place that ballot in the team box. It also is a clear box, it's a smaller one, placed on the table. They would do this through all of the ballots on a tally sheet. So our judge is going to transfer all the ballots from the larger box that our citizens put their ballots in into a medium box. Those medium boxes go over for our voters to start counting. Our reader reads a single ballot, shows both tally members. Tally members mark the tick marks on their own tally sheet, and the reader places the counted ballot into the team's smaller glass box. And this is sort of a mock-up of what a tally sheet might look like. And so each of the judges on the left and right would have a tally sheet. They would tick mark. Each one of these gets rolled up into a larger tally at the end, and these votes are reported to the state. Very simple process, straightforward. It is a fast and easy process. You can see here all of the things that are needed, inexpensive, and not very time consuming. I've also listed in the presentation at the end a list of frequently asked questions. What questions do you have for me?
Ms. Hart, thank you for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
How does depositing your ballot into a glass box ensure the fundamental right to voter privacy and the secrecy of the vote?
When a voter steps up to place their ballot and they're verified at a table, they will mark their ballot, they will fold the ballot in half, and they will drop it in a box. That in no way inhibits their privacy in any way, even if today they walk in and they mark a ballot and drop it into a box that you can't see in.
So you don't think that a ballot could come unfolded and become visible for the next person to drop their ballot into the box in a transparent glass container?
I suppose it could.
And that wouldn't bother you if you were voting?
No, I don't think it would bother me.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Member Russell?
Is there actually a name on the ballot?
There is no voter name on the ballot. The only names on the ballot would be those who are being voted upon.
So it's very similar to what we do now.
Absolutely.
You have a separate envelope with your name on it, but the ballot has no name on it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No further questions from members of council. Ms. Hart, thank you for your time tonight.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next is Kevin Wright, an Englewood resident here to address council. Good evening, Mr. Wright. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Wright. I'm on Tufts and Julian. Tonight I'm here once again to oppose Code Next, ADUs, and all the changes you guys are proposing. Today I drove in the ironworks over here off of Galapago and Dartmouth. What the hell did you guys do? You guys ruined this neighborhood. It looks to me like the south side of Chicago. Worse. Man, I am so disappointed. Going in there is to me depressing. And I'll never go down that street again. What did you guys do? And if these are your plans for what you want to do to our neighborhoods next, go over there and look what you did to us. Look what you did to that neighborhood. You tore it up. There's no excuse. Money can't pay for what you guys did over there. I'm pissed. I'm a concerned citizen that is pissed off that you guys would do that and then want to put the rest of it on us again and do more harm to us. You with your ADUs, pal. What is up with that? Why don't you leave us alone? Why don't you leave us alone?
Point of order.
Joe Anderson.
Can we pause the time on this gentleman who doesn't lose it? Sir, we ask that you reference the entire council and not point out you and speak to one person. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Mr. Wright, if you could just go ahead and continue your presentation.
I
Thank
didn't
you,
hear a word
Member
she
Wing,
said.
for.
Maybe if she was here, I could hear what she was saying. Jesus.
Go ahead, Mr. Wright, when you're.
All right. Currently, I can identify 4 council members that want to move forward with destroying our neighborhoods. One of them sits on U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Now, I don't know if anybody in this room knows what the Global Leadership Coalitions are all about, but the World Economic Forum's got something to do with this, and Klaus Schwab. So I believe that that member is trying to take Englewood global and not city-bound. I'm pissed off, guys, and I'm not here to play games anymore. You guys have ruined a neighborhood, and you're destroying more and more, and you keep bringing us here. You keep wasting money. I looked at your comprehensive plans from 2003 and 2017, and nothing's changed, guys. Nothing's changed. The numbers are all the same. We're going to drive our cars to work. You can't make us not drive our cars. You can't build enough buildings for us to work at and live in the same place. It's a dream you have that's not accomplishable. So please, leave us alone.
Anything else, Mr. Wright?
I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your conversation tonight. Mr. Wright, any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. Members of council, if you could just, or members of the public, I do want other members to speak against or be on both sides. I don't want any applause or the opposite of that. I want people to feel comfortable here, so. I did. Yeah. Yep. You got them both. Mr. Lancaster, he's here to address council as well. Mr. Lancaster, if you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Much appreciated. Good evening, council. I'm Barry Lancaster, an Englewood resident. I live near Dartmouth and University. I'm an attorney with over 20 years' experience representing people who have chosen to stand up against the government. I was moved to address the council this evening after watching last week's study session with Judge Jefferson. My goal here is not to single out any member, but to remind our citizens and this council of the importance of judicial independence as a bedrock foundation of a well-functioning democracy. Some members of this council appear not to understand this and instead view the judicial branch as a tool for revenue generation, much like taxes on our property. Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ward was clearly not happy that the Englewood Court is not generating more money from our citizens. His first words to Judge Jefferson were a not so thinly veiled threat that this council holds, and I quote, "the power of the purse," end quote. What I describe is all online at the city's meeting portal and YouTube channel from last week's study session, beginning at the 36-minute mark and 30-second mark. 36 minutes and 30-second mark. Without seeking any clarification from Judge Jefferson as to results of these cases, most importantly, the guilt or innocence of those accused, or how many of the social justice programs were impacting our community, Mr. Ward instead focused on what he saw as declining revenue from the courts and described this as, quote, "the coldest way to look at this is declining performance," end quote. That statement, following his, quote, "power of the purse" comment, was very clearly an attempt to push for more money to be generated by the court or to risk funding being stripped from the court. What a perverse view of how our justice system should work. Much to Judge Jefferson's credit, his response was clear and absolute. I quote, "revenue generation is not a goal of the court," end quote. Mayor Pro Tem Ward clearly was not happy with this response and said to Judge Jefferson that this council would be addressing the court's budget in the not too distant future and, quote, "you may want to address us sooner than later," end quote. I am confident Judge Jefferson will remain resolute that the goal of the court is justice and not revenue generation. Because if revenue generation is indeed what this council or members of this council seek from the court, I must ask, how many and which members of our community need to be arrested
Point of order,
and
Mayor.
convicted?
Mr. Lancaster,
Time.
no, actually, we're still on
Is it scheduled?
scheduled public
I
comment.
apologize.
Go ahead, Mr. Lancaster.
Mr. Ward, this speaks very glowingly of exactly what your position is, sir. I must ask, how many and which members of our community need to be arrested and convicted of crimes to justify a line item budget for the court? Council members, as requested by Mayor Pro Tem, we citizens are here to address you, quote, "sooner than later," end quote. And we collectively wish to remind you, you are but one branch of government. Your power is not absolute, and is seen with ongoing recall efforts, your attempts at overreach and not listening to your constituents will be met with your ouster. I respectfully give up any remaining time.
Mr. Lancaster, thank you for your time tonight. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to take a moment to apologize for the interruption. I did not track the scheduled public comment. I would have given you your full 5 minutes. The interruption was not
Understood, sir.
made in an effort to stop you from speaking. So.
Understood, sir. I appreciate that.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Lancaster, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
And that now concludes scheduled public comment. We'll move on to unscheduled public comment. We have about 8 people signed up for unscheduled public comments. The same rules apply, but you're limited to 3 minutes for unscheduled. Up first is Jimmy McFarland here to address the election process. Good evening, Mr. McFarland.
Good evening. I brought some handouts that are being distributed to you.
Sounds great.
If you would take a look at those, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. McFarland, if you could state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Very good. My name is Jimmy McFarland. I am here as a Goodwill Ambassador from Jefferson County. Cross streets are 38th and Wadsworth. All right, very good. Well, I am here with a couple of friends who you have already heard from tonight to speak to the topic of voter integrity. Michelle and Peg and I are kind of on a speaking tour to where we will go speak to various municipalities and cities and counties about this, about election integrity. And Englewood is our very first stop on this little tour. So I think I can honestly say that statistically, you all are the brightest and best looking group we have ever spoken to. So that being said, I want to elaborate a little further on the glass box balloting process. The glass box balloting process is literally a fully transparent method of casting, collecting, and counting paper ballots for an election. There are no electronic devices involved in the process. The ballots never leave the view of the voters from start to finish. This system eliminates virtually any potential suspicion of vote tampering or even the appearance of impropriety. All ballots are printed on paper and will be a specific distinguishable bright color. Each qualified voter will receive an official ballot upon being properly credentialed. If there is more than one election on the meeting agenda, there will be a different color of paper ballot for each race. When voters have completed their ballots, they will then go to the front of the room where volunteers will be stationed with glass boxes used to collect the ballots. Now, these boxes are not actually made of glass. They are made of clear plexiglass or transparent plastic. Once balloting is closed, the volunteers will then take the boxes of ballots to tables in front of the room, still in everyone's view, where other volunteers will begin the process of counting the voted ballots and tallying the results on a printed ledger. The ledgers will be collected from each table or group of counters, and a master tally will then be determined by the teller committee chairman, who will then report that final tally to the meeting chairman or committee. I just want to cut to the end here. These are some of the advantages of using the glass box system. The ballots never leave the view of the assembled voting members. There are no remote clickers, computers, or other electronic devices involved that could potentially be hacked or otherwise used to adversely affect the results. If a ballot of a different color is incorrectly inserted into a clear glass collection box, it could be immediately noticed by anyone in the room and subsequently removed. Any objections or disputes regarding the final tally of an election could be easily resolved by doing a hand recount of the corresponding paper ballots. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions there may be.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Mr. McFarland, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Up next is Mary Colici here to address council.
So I just pushed.
All right.
Thank you.
Actually, let's not start the time just yet.
Okay.
Ms. Colici, are you ready to?
I haven't watched this yet, so we're gonna watch this together.
All right. Just let me know when. Ms. Colici, you know the process. If you want to just state your name and your address, and then we'll start your clock when you're ready.
Mary Kalechi and District 1,
Actually, your cross streets, we actually need cross streets and not,
Inca and Englewood.
that works. Thank you, Ms. Colici. Start when you're ready.
Thank you. I have not seen this video. We're gonna watch this together. I've seen many videos from the community, but I cannot bring myself to fully watch them without having to pause.
You're from here? Like where?
Well, this part, this is where we chill all the time.
You stay here all the time?
Yeah. I know, what the hell, right? It's flooded.
You guys are from Englewood?
Yeah. Walking around looking for a couple bucks, but I was gonna see, you don't have any change.
Looking for what?
A couple of bucks. Do you have 50 cents by any chance? Any chance you can help me out with? I don't need much.
I'm from Englewood. I never seen you.
Really? I sleep over here.
No, where are you originally from?
Well, I was born in Phoenix, Arizona, but I've been out here since like the age of 4 years old.
How long you been here?
30 years, 20 some years.
Oh.
This is crazy, right?
Yeah.
What do you think they're gonna do about that?
How do you stay out here in the wintertime?
Shit, just stay wherever. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Huh? You sleep down in the grass? Because now it's flooded?
Now it's flooded down there?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, this is bad.
But I mean, how do you stay here if it's flooded? No, normally you stay under the bridge or what? Oh, where the steps are? You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Ms. Colici. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Newnenkamp.
Ms. Colici, do you know who produced this video?
This gentleman who's speaking after me.
Okay, thank you
I
very
did
much.
not watch it beforehand. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I'm just curious when that video is done.
You can ask the follow-up person who's speaking after me. Thank you.
I can't hear.
You can ask the follow-up person who's speaking after me. Is it on?
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Colici, for your time. Up next is Chris Dewis here to address council.
Chris Dewis, District 3.
Actually, Mr. Dewis, if you could state cross streets or an exact address.
Pretty much everybody in the city knows where I live. Thank you, Mary Colici, for playing my video tonight. I hate having to spend my time addressing council as I have other things to do. Last Friday, I took my girlfriend to watch the water flow at the park at Hampton and Broadway. We were approached by homeless wanting money. My girlfriend lives in Littleton and is not used to this kind of thing. She was appalled and discouraged at what we saw. She didn't want to be there. She said it was disgusting. As I drove here today, this situation still exists. It's actually worse. I've seen 7 homeless there tonight, and there's more debris. More debris is more homeless. I built bridges and culverts for a living 40 years ago. I can tell you, as the main design of the grate is good, the landscaping and the access to clean the debris is very poorly engineered. Hundreds of thousands of our taxpayer dollars were spent remodeling this plaza. I've watched our taxpayers' money being wasted year after year. Looks like there was no thought in cleaning the steel grates. The city ripped out the poles and the safety barriers in order to haphazardly try to clear some debris. The extensive landscaping that cost taxpayers money is destroyed. I'm in communication with a lot of residents in Englewood every day. Residents have become disgusted at what the city has turned into. Just because Denver has a problem doesn't mean we have to follow them. Poor management equals poor results. Mayor, I watched you encourage clapping when you hand out accolades for your city employees, but you try to shut the citizens down when they applied themselves. I think that's a joke.
Anything else, Mr. Dewis? Seeing none, any questions for Mr. Dewis? Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Dewis. Up next is Kathleen Bailey. Not sure what the topic is, but Ms. Bailey, I think I see you in the audience. Good evening, Ms. Bailey. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. Today was the beginning of National Police Week, a week when we remember and honor the nation's fallen police officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice. But our CM Lewis sent out a citywide flyer touting alternate policing is enhancing the quality of our lives, followed by a list of programs that our Englewood Police Department is and has always been providing our citizens. Since Sean Lewis first became CM, a member of the EPD command, an independent authority, no longer sits at the table during public city council meetings. And since Sean Lewis became CM, he has worked to minimize our Englewood Police Department and elevate alternate policing. With city council blessing, Sean Lewis denied the EPD request for critically needed budget funding for critically needed staff, and instead used EPD funding as hostage until he got his alternate policing tasks increase. And now Sean Lewis wants to eliminate our elected municipal judge, another independent authority, under the guise of needing budget cuts. And with council's blessing, Sean Lewis and his staff have continued to support Title 16 amendments that invited for-profit developers into the existing neighborhoods to destroy and rebuild to generate sales and use tax revenues. And he and his staff intend to continue that destruction in all R1 areas to generate even more sales and use taxes. While Sean Lewis perpetually claims budget hardships, Sean Lewis has used the sales and use taxes from destroying our existing neighborhoods to gift himself and his staff with significant increased salaries and immediate retroactive vested status, and protect himself and his staff from the transient addict population. For almost 3 years now, he has used the citizen taxes to contract for a private armed security force. And per tonight's agenda, Sean Lewis's private armed protection for himself and his staff will now cost the Englewood taxpayers $745,713 a year. And what has Sean Lewis and his council provided for the citizens? Ever-increasing fees, endless costly studies, and many other paper plans, eventually to fix decaying infrastructure. But don't hold your breath, because as reflected in tonight's agenda, Sean Lewis and his staff have prioritized their non-critical, very costly $1,550,000 complete streets project. I want Sean Lewis fired, but his city council loves him. So I can only hope that the citizens succeed in firing the city council. Thank you for 3 minutes of your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Any questions for Ms. Bailey? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, sorry. Member Noonekamp has a question for you.
Ms. Bailey, thank you so much for being here this evening, and I have received some of your emails on these issues. I'm assuming you're aware that the city council is in charge of all of budget decisions within the city, not the city manager, and that the city council will approve the police budget and the annual budget.
What I've been living here for 32 years watching, since 2016 watching you guys. City council serves the CM and city staff. You are an illusion of an independent body. You do not serve us.
So that makes it clear that maybe you don't understand that. Thank you very much.
No further questions. Thank you for your time, Ms. Bailey. Up next is Laura Willetto. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Good evening, Ms. Willetto. If you could just state your name and your address and cross streets.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm Laura Willetto. I live at the intersection of Federal and Evans. I also volunteer with the Municipal Court's Restorative Justice Program here in Englewood and attend church here in Englewood as well. I'm here tonight out of care for this community. I also serve as the Director of Communications at Habitat for Humanity of Metro Denver. We are an affordable housing developer, and we build and repair affordable homes in the 5 counties in and around Denver, which includes Arapahoe County and the city of Englewood. So it is part of my job to learn about and talk about affordable housing and affordable housing development. And at Habitat, we regularly look at data from a variety of sources about affordable housing. And from that data, it's clear that the greater metro area and the city of Englewood are experiencing a housing crisis. 1 in 4 households in Metro Denver is housing cost burdened, which means they pay more than 30% of their income towards housing. And housing costs have increased at nearly 2 times the rate of wages in the last 10 years in Colorado. So this is not just a temporary cost spike in housing or the result of inflation, but it's an unfortunate trend. Buying a home has always been an amazing accomplishment and a challenging one, but the reality is that it's far more difficult for families to buy a home today than it was 10 or 20 years ago. Although families, including families in Englewood, may be able to find a place to rent, they live with much less space than they need or live in rundown conditions. And I hear from many families that they have to live in unsafe areas while they raise their kids. They often have to pay more like 40 or 50% of their income for housing, meaning they have less income for food, transportation, and other necessities. And that's before we even begin to talk about being able to afford a down payment. And that's why we do what we do at Habitat and work in these 5 counties on affordable housing. One renter I spoke to this week, Alexandria, is a single mom, a full-time analyst for an insurance company. She pays nearly half of her monthly income for a 2-bedroom apartment for her and 3 kids. And they still deal with broken down appliances and broken heating and AC. So this winter, they often slept in the cold. So these are the challenges that working middle-income families are facing in our community right now. It's difficult for families to build wealth, to buy homes, and put down roots. Thus, our community is losing young families like Alexandria's and will continue to if we can't make affordable housing accessible to them. I am so encouraged by recent conversations this council is having about land use and zoning in the city and how Englewood can both assess our current housing challenges and find creative and attainable solutions. I'm also encouraged that a housing task force will be formed in Englewood to continue the conversation and do something about our housing needs. So I want to thank this council and city staff for the work that they've done on affordable housing and for the work that you all are doing to continue to work together towards solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willetto, for your comments tonight. Any questions? Member Nudenkamp?
Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do. You mentioned affordable, and you also mentioned attainable. What range of affordability or income level does Habitat typically build for? What is considered a Habitat qualifying income these days?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we serve families who make at or below 80% of the area median income. So in Metro Denver, for a family of 4, that's about $90,000 a year. So that's potentially a single parent salary with 3 kids, for example, like the example I shared. So we build or repair homes for families that make at or below that 80% mark.
That's helpful. Thank you so much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Willetto, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Tim Nichols here to address council regarding the massage ordinance. Good evening, Mr. Nichols. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Tim Nichols. I'm at Pennsylvania and Hamden.
Go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
I'm here to speak about the massage business license ordinance that's on the agenda tonight. Anything like this is going to have to balance the needs of legitimate practitioners, the needs of victims of sex trafficking, and the needs of law enforcement in order to help the victims. And let's just be real. My profession is used as a cover for prostitution at times. It is, we all know it. Nobody hates it more than we do. And I've been propositioned. I don't know what it is about this that says hooker, but it's happened. That's a thing we all have to live with. My concern about this particular ordinance is twofold. First of all, the balancing act, I'm not sure that it strikes it well. It's anything we do here is going to burden legitimate actors, and that's okay. Traffic lights burden legitimate actors. We all live with that. But I'm concerned, first of all, I'd like to hear a compelling account of how the particular hoops that I'm going to have to jump through here are going to help do the job that the ordinance is supposed to do and make it harder for people to traffic in sex in our city. I'm here for it if we can really meet that burden, but I got a lot of questions. And I have some specific reservations. Now, I may have, if somebody is sitting in the back chuckling that I misread the ordinance, I may have. I didn't find out about it until 4 o'clock today, which is in itself a concern. I'm practicing this profession in the city. You have an ordinance, you're about to approve an ordinance that seriously impacts me, and I just found out about it. So if I've gotten some details wrong here, I apologize, but what I read in 5-33(3)B is a provision that once a business license has been revoked for cause, no license will be issued to any business at that address. No massage license will be issued to any business at that address. A number of us share space. So you have multiple businesses at the same address. And I'd love to hear an account of how you plan to deal with that. 533(3)C says a license can be revoked for, I quote, any criminal act performed at the licensed premises. So somebody, like, I would love to see you roll that out at Walmart. You can revoke their business license because a criminal act was performed on their premises. It doesn't stipulate by whom. That's way broad. 533(4)C stipulates that no one can stay overnight. Some of us legally practice out of our homes. That's kind of an issue. 533(4)H stipulates hours of business, and I don't practice in the hours that you're talking about there. But again, why?
Mr. Nichols, thank you for your time today. Any questions for Mr. Nichols? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
Mr. Nichols, thank you for being here today. Are you aware, obviously you said you weren't aware of this ordinance until 4 p.m. today. Are you aware of any of your colleagues in the industry in the city who maybe were in touch with the city around this ordinance in advance?
I'm sorry, there's an echo and I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you aware of any of your colleagues in your industry who have other thoughts on this ordinance?
I just started the conversation with my colleagues at about 4:30 today.
Okay.
So we're getting there.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Nichols, is there an industry or trade group that represents your interests that might be good for us to consult with as we're looking at crafting future legislation surrounding this issue?
There are some groups, and there are some also some, like there's the Colorado School of Healing Arts in Lakewood has been active with legislation in the industry, was active in the state licensure process, and has some subject matter experts you should definitely talk to, and I can give you contact information.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Nichols, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, I believe, is Danielle Carr. Good evening, Ms. Carr. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, Danielle Carr, Galapego, and Layton.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, I found out about this from Tim about 4:35 p.m. Thank you, Joe. So it was brought to our attention very last minute this evening, and as a certified and licensed massage therapist, I'm asking this issue be tabled immediately until more therapists have time to testify or even find out about this issue, because the state already regulates us. We already have to pay DORA, and I have to pay new things, it seems like, every year. And because maybe DORA is not doing their job, go through the state to have this issue regulated. Do not try to make more money off of therapists in the city of Englewood, because if the state hasn't done it, I don't know what you guys think you're going to be able to do. Go after the places, ask us where we know there's illegal activity going on. I could give you a list of 3 places right now off the top of my head. We would be happy to tell you these are the places where we know sex acts are going on. There is a place on Broadway that looks like it's over by AA Trading Post, where I walked in, they're doing free like table massage stuff, or table shower things that are so illegal, and it's all Chinese and they act like they can't speak English. That is an illegal place. Part of the problem is that, unfortunately, the cops and the people that are supposed to be helping us be able to do our job legally are perpetuating this problem by going in and frequenting these places. So sometimes I don't even know who to tell, because if I turn it into the police, they think, oh yay, a free place that I can go. So make sure that you are making the bad guys pay for doing the wrong thing, because I assure you, the people like myself and Tim who run very reputable therapeutic businesses are not doing this to do anything illegal. And it's kind of the same issue of trying to fine gun gun owners for doing the right thing with their guns. The bad guys are gonna get away with crimes no matter what. So go after the places that are known for doing bad things. Don't, put these fees on us. I do wanna say something about the homeless camps. Since we all live in Englewood, I would like you all to go home down Santa Fe and exit to your left on Bellevue, and you will see a very growing homeless camp, which is extremely concerning to me, where if you go down Santa Fe and you turn left on Bellevue, none of us have any excuse not to go home that way. There are now 6 tents, they have a fire, they have all these bikes that are probably been stolen, and it was like 2 the other day, and I counted 6 today. My daughter lives on the other side on Littleton, over by the King Supers, and she often walks through past where they have chopped down millions of trees. It used to be protected, and now it's just all open, and that's a whole other subject where these trees have just been taken down, and I don't understand what's going on with the city doing that, but the homeless are just ravaging that area down there, and I'm nervous about my daughter walking with her baby. And now with this camp growing underneath the off-ramp, that needs to be cleaned up and addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Carr, for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? I see, just real quick, it was Santa Fe and Bellevue?
Santa Fe and Bellevue, and it's under the bridge on both sides of that exit ramp. There's one as you're heading south, and there's like 6 tents now on the north side of that.
Okay, so it's under the Santa Fe
It's underneath Santa Fe.
Bridge. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Carr. Any further questions?
That it?
Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight. And last on the list is Ron Pickens with no topic given. Good evening, Mr. Pickens. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yes, I will. My name is Ron Pickens. I live near South University in Floyd Place in the Hampton Hills area. Mayor and council members, I have been following the R1 zoning discussions and realized that it is a closed issue at this time. I was also one of the petition signers on a recall of a council member. This decision to sign the affidavit petition for recall was not only my opinion, but of the voters who voted to get you elected. As the city council meeting on 4/17/23, it was announced that there was going to be a recall of council members. Since that meeting, I, along with neighbors, received flyers in the U.S. mail discussing crime and water and infrastructure and a few other things. Let me show you these flyers that I received. The question asked of me is, when was the last time you received an update from a council person and an update from the city of Englewood on these items on a large postcard? From my perspective, it seems strange that these flyers are now being sent to Englewood residents. My question to each of you, were these flyers sent periodically to all Englewood residents in the past? And if so, I would welcome you to give me the dates of prior similar updates. I can then relay that information to my neighbors who are interested and who would like to be informed about what you are doing as a city council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens. Any questions for Mr. Pickens from council? Seeing none, Mr. Pickens, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
And with that, that concludes public comment. Member Wink, you're giving a response to public comment. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me all right?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. Kayleen Nichols, Miss Nichols, thank you for your presence here this evening and for your comments. I have served with 3 different city councils since being elected, and I agree with you. Above all others, this council has tackled the city's most pressing issues. Issues like stormwater infrastructure and safety, the water and sewer infrastructure, homelessness, crime, and we are close to starting our work on affordable housing. Previously, earlier councils I worked with dedicated themselves toward terms like a safe, fun, active, and engaged community, to strong infrastructure and parks, to a sustainable natural environment, to fiscal sustainability, to organizational excellence, to the celebration of our historic past and our smart future. And the council you see before you tonight continues to work diligently amidst difficult decisions and often challenging decision making, just to execute precisely all of the intentionally resilient decisions for the health and well-being of our beloved city. It makes me so pleased to hear your positive comments and to have you call Englewood your home. You are among the majority of fulfilled, happy, and thriving residents here. Ms. White, thank you for your comments. We welcome your voice and your concerns. Maya Angelou may also tell you to consider carefully the source of where you're hearing this information. And given your investment in our city's governance, which I love, I encourage you to meet with us and share your thoughts in even greater detail so that we can review with you the myriad decisions we've already had, and discussions we've already had regarding building heights, for example, and most else you mentioned. Often questions arise to us in our Monday meetings on policy matters that council has already discussed. Sometimes we've discussed them for years and we've already set solutions in motion. Of course, after going above and beyond to publicize, seek community feedback and direction. Just remember, there's more than one side to each story, and there's much I believe that's been misrepresented to you. If this works for you, I would love to suggest that City Manager Lewis follow up with you and share some of the answers to the questions or the pieces that you brought forward today on behalf of the whole of council. Again, if that works for you, Ms. White. Ms. Dickerson, thank you for coming. I appreciate your thoughts on the Affordable Housing Task Force. We on City Council very much look forward to finalizing that task force very soon. And regarding our investment in both the Bridge House, Ready to Work, and Cross Purpose, both have proven undeniable positive impact on homelessness in other communities. And I'm very proud to have voted toward dedicating Englewood's federal ARAP dollars to support this important work. Ms. Weipert, you are quite mistaken about council members being confused about the purpose of the recall. 4 city council members are being recalled because all 7 council members explored for many discussions, but never voted, mind you, on options to consider in terms of bringing affordable housing to Englewood. For a citizen or a group of citizens to persecute council members based on 1, no decision having been made, and 2, based on us not having even voted on the matter and threatening us with a recall, demonstrates a disappointing and grave lack of prudence among this small group of citizens' misappropriation of taxpayer dollars and lack of understanding of the work required of municipal government. City Council listened to the community, after which we decided to no longer pursue those efforts. Interestingly, regarding some of your stated ideas on crime, Council just authorized the flock camera system, which flags stolen vehicles and other vehicles that are associated with criminal activity. And this system directly takes this data and alerts our police department. I'm hoping that does help you a tiny bit. And then finally, Ms. Weipert, just before your time was up, I also heard you demand I be present at council tonight in person. I happened to undergo major surgery 3 days ago. Please try if you can to be respectful. In 2017, citizens were pleased to vote for me, in large part due to my extensive accomplishments in higher education and in my career in software architecture and data science. Most individuals understand that that type of education and training correlates highly with someone whose career is highly demanding, as is rewarding. It's unrealistic of you and your small group of colleagues to push a recall to continually verbally abuse me, a citizen with an extraordinary and accomplished career, merely because that career oftentimes requires out-of-town travel. Additionally, last summer, my wonderful father was close to death for 3 months and finally passed away in July. I traveled home to Illinois to be with my family as much as I could during that time frame. Yet again, you abuse me for not showing up to council meetings the entire time. Shame on you for treating me in this hateful manner. I am a human being. Miss Cage, Mr. Hart, I beg your pardon. Miss Cage, Ms. Hart, and Mr. McFarland, thank you for your comments on fair election practices. Fair and accurate elections are the hallmark of our democracy, and I appreciate your commitment to promoting such elections within Englewood. I have every confidence in the professional, fair, and legally sound manner in which our city clerk's office conducts its fair and accurate elections. That has been proven time and time again. There is no veracity in challenging their excellent work. Mr. Wright, I actually reside near the Ironworks village, and I find it a vibrant, connected neighborhood community, filled mostly with young people who own their homes. I simply wonder how these residents, proud of what they've done to save or to have the resources to purchase their homes, would feel in hearing you just disparage their homes. Mr. Lancaster, thank you for your comments. We are always interested in hearing suggested approaches to making our court system more efficient and more effective. Ms. Kalechi, thank you for sharing Mr. Deuce's video. I'm going to wrap my comments to Mr. Deuce as well, since it's the same topic. Mr. Deuce, there are some critical flaws in your argument, so I'll try and clarify them and hopefully help with the misunderstanding. The first phase of Little Dry Creek was designed and built by the Mile High Flood District. It was not designed and built by the city of Englewood. Another important fact to know about this project is that at present, the city of Englewood is indeed working with the Englewood Downtown Development Authority to redesign the entire space. Do make note of this, as these are the facts on the matter you brought forward tonight. Miss Bailey, before Chief of Police John Collins began his duties within the city of Englewood, his predecessor actually stopped the practice of sitting at the staff dais. I myself have witnessed countless times John Collins supporting the Englewood Police Department on every budget request made. Chief Collins advocated staunchly for a dedicated funding source for alternate policing, an effort which resulted in the hiring of 4 traditional police officers by freeing up other funds within the police budget. Regardless of length of residency, the body of 7 council members is the body that makes decisions on the city's budget. Ms. Willetto, thank you for your comments. Affordable housing has been a challenging and difficult topic for this council. I appreciate residents such as yourself that bring forth well thought out, logical, real solutions for us to consider. This type of feedback is immensely helpful to us, so we are grateful for you coming to share this with us this evening. And then Mr. Nichols and Ms. Carr, thank you for your comments. If this is agreeable to our mayor, to Mayor Sierra, and to my fellow council members, perhaps we could table the massage parlor ordinance. It's a matter that has started to take shape among our discussion. Well, it's been brought to the mayor. So it's something we're well aware of, and we appreciate what you've shared tonight, and we'd love to give it appropriate attention and table it for tonight so we can do that. That is what I have. I hope I've covered everyone. If I haven't, it's not intentional. Thank you all again for coming and sharing your viewpoints this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, member. Thank you, member Wink. Go ahead, member Anderson. There's no further questions from the public. Go ahead, member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, in response to one of the commenters, there's some questions about the crime statistics on this on the city mailer. City manager, are you able to speak at this time to the source of the statistics on that mailer? Or should that be a council request? I'm not sure.
Well, actually, that was already a council request. I think that council request was dated April 25th, and that was from member Noonenkamp. The question was, I've received some concerns from the community around several issues. Can you please provide me with information on what the city is doing to address these issues? Crime, drugs, fiscal management by the city officials, economic instability, what process systems do we have in place to ensure adequate infrastructure to support increased density? When development comes to the city, what processes and systems do we have in place to ensure residents' quality of life when it comes to traffic, water, sewage, environmental issues, child safety, and extended construction interference? So my office, Krista Gravy, coordinates responses. We have about 6 pages of information because it was a very long request. And so we provided all of the crime data that was directly from the police department. Stormwater information was from Public Works. Our economic stability information was from Economic Development. And the infrastructure and water and sewer was from Director Van Rye and the Utilities Department.
Thank you, City Manager. I'll be sure to review that council request again.
Thank you. Any further? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have a council request in relation to the direct mail, which is, do we have a way of tracking what direct mail has been sent from city sources to our citizens in the last year?
We do.
Can we get a report on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Excuse me. Go ahead, member Newcamp.
Sure, I just wanted to respond to one comment. One of our citizens did bring up the fact that I participated in a program with the United States Global Leadership Coalition. I just wanted to share a little bit of information about what that is, if anyone had a question about that. The United States Global Leadership Coalition, it was started by secretaries of state at the federal level with a role in strengthening America's foreign diplomacy and foreign relations abroad. I have some experience that in my professional career and participated in a leadership development cohort with the coalition last year in my professional capacity. And I can just read the description. The Global Leaders Network is a year-long program that engages a group of diverse bipartisan young professionals in leadership, skills training, and mentorship in support of their engagement in global development and diplomacy in their communities. It was just a professional development program that I engaged with in my professional world. Obviously, my council life is what I do on the nights and the weekends. But if anyone has additional questions about any of that or my professional experience, please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, Member Nunenkamp. Just one last thing, just because Mr. Nichols and Ms. Carr brought it up, and I know that Member Wing kind of spoke to it as well, but there has been a request to possibly table the massage ordinance, so we will be getting to that pretty quickly here. I'm not sure if we need to take a break before we get to consent agenda items, but do we want to take a break? We'll take a 5-minute break, so we'll come back right around 8:38, and we'll get to the rest of the agenda. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, we're getting started again. All right, members of the public, we are now back. We're now on to agenda item 9, consent agenda items. We had a few items pulled for tonight. I believe we still have 9A1, 9B1, 9C1, 9C6 on consent. Rest of the items were pulled. If any of those items you would like to pull as well, let me know. But if not, can I get a motion to approve those?
I move to approve the ones you listed.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. Now moving on to 9A2. This is the massage business license. I'll have Deputy Police Chief Vance Bender come and speak. I know that this is one of the items that we potentially may table tonight, but I'll let Deputy Chief speak to the item.
Hi, Council. I'm ready to hopefully answer any questions you have. I may be deferring some to our city attorney, but that's what I've got.
Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
First and foremost, we have no objection to tabling this. Hearing the comments tonight, and we have been communicating with a few council members regarding some of the issues. I think that we would be happy to really reach out to stakeholders and get some community input. I know we discussed a potential exemption that wasn't in the draft for sole practitioners or people that work out of some of the locations as described in public comment. So we're fully supportive of tabling this and making sure we get it right and only do it once. That said, this has been an issue that was first raised by police department with my office almost 2 years ago. We had together studied different massage business regulations throughout the state of Colorado. Quite a few cities have ordinances that require separate massage business licenses. And this recently came up with my office, and so we followed up and reinitiated this process to consider this ordinance when we were required to go through an administrative hearing for a massage business in our community that was providing alleged sexual-based services. It was enough that we requested a administrative hearing, and we were able to revoke their sales tax license. But during that process, we discovered the need to have this in our community because, as one of the public commenters noted, there are illegitimate businesses in the city of Englewood that pretend to be massage businesses. And I know as a frequenter of our businesses here in the community, I want to know that every business I walk in is not going to be a shocking surprise, but it's a legitimate business. So both the police department and my office, we are committed to that, and we do want to have stakeholder input and make sure we get it right. So we fully supportive of tabling this.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. I think, City Manager, do you have a comment as well? Your light's on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let council know I was able to get the email address of Mr. Nichols to reach out to him, and I will try to find, I didn't have enough time on the break to get the woman who also spoke, but we'll get her contact information as well.
Sounds great. Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Go ahead, Member Russell.
So instead of tabling this and having it come back up, is it possible to do a study session or something where we could get the input?
Yes, absolutely. We could table it to table this entire issue to be addressed at a study session at another date, and we do not necessarily have to set the date tonight. So we could table it with a direction to staff to bring it back as a study session.
Would it be something also that might benefit us by having a public hearing?
That's certainly an option. I think we have enough contacts for those people that are impacted, as well as the organization that was referred to in public comment, that I think that staff could do that public outreach, but certainly nothing that prohibits you from having a public hearing on it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? If not, can I get a motion to table this agenda item 9A2 until a date uncertain?
I move to table this 9A2 until a date uncertain, indefinitely.
Indefinitely. Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments?
9A1, isn't it?
9A2. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink? Or Member Wink, sorry.
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9A3. This is the Old Hampton Complete Streets Intergovernment Agreement. I believe we had Deputy Director of Public Works, Tim Host. Good evening, Mr. Host.
Good evening. I'll answer any questions you have on this item.
Perfect. Member Russell, was it you that pulled the item?
Yes.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you very much. So I just have a question. I even went down and took a ride down there yesterday again. And I would like to know if city staff has done measurements on the width of the street and sidewalk area to accommodate all the activity that this ordinance has planned.
So as part of our grant application for this project, we did have a 20% design plan set completed to verify the dimensions and that we could fit the complete streets elements within the corridor there. And we have verified that there's 3 different segments, different widths in there, and some of it's a little narrower than others, but we did verify we can get the complete streets elements constructed within the existing right-of-way.
Okay, but it won't look like the picture.
Well, the picture is based on the existing right-of-way width, is what we based the cross-section on, so that's
So-
what our concept is anyway.
Are there still, I don't think in the plans that I read, there are going to be medians between Clarkson and Broadway?
Between Clarkson and Lafayette, the east end is where we have room for the medians. The west end is where, the west end towards Broadway is where it narrows up. That's where we'll be a little bit tighter with the sidewalk and things. There'll still be a minimum 5-foot sidewalk. That's the smallest width we'll have, and then it opens up to about 8 foot wide on that east end where we have more room.
Okay, and, I guess my other concern is the buildings really are getting fairly high there. The south sidewalk in the wintertime is gonna be a sheet of ice.
Correct, yeah, that is something we battle every winter there. That south sidewalk is, with those tall buildings, it's a challenge to keep clear, and that is something with our snow plowing operations as well, we're gonna try to make sure we spread the snow out so it doesn't ice up like it did this winter and be able to address that before it turns into a problem like that. And the sidewalks is something else we need to make sure get cleared so they don't turn into ice all winter long.
So will the left turn lanes, will there still be left turn lanes, between like Clarkson and Logan?
Yeah, we do have I think the intersections have left turn lanes now. They'll stay there. We've accommodated the extra lane there for the left turn lane. And I don't know the specific intersections, but we do have intersections with the turn. I don't think we're proposing to eliminate any left turn lanes. They'll still be there and still fit into the cross section.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward, do you have a question?
No, I don't. Sorry.
No worries. Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 983?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you very much. I know that the paving and things need to be cleaned up down there, and my biggest concern is we're spending $9 million of taxpayer money on that whole area, and my concern is when it all gets done, it's probably not gonna look like what we think it's gonna look like. And that is very concerning to me, because I've been over at the hospital several times in the last 2 years. It is a mess over there. And complete streets isn't gonna fix that problem. It is just because the street is too narrow and there is way too much there. I hesitate to vote yes on this. I really do. As a matter of fact, I think I need to vote no, so it is very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Actually, I will be voting in favor of the Complete Streets project. I understand the concern, Member Russell. Obviously, there's been development on that area, but I do see this as one path forward to make this a little bit more walkable there. And I do appreciate Dr. Cog providing us, $7.3, $7.5 million on this. Englewood paying $1.5 million of it. So obviously, anytime we are able to take advantage of the grant funding that we get from organizations such as Dr. Cog, I feel that we need to do it, especially for some of the infrastructure projects we're looking to do in this area. So I will be voting yes. And with that, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I largely concur with that. I understand Member Russell's skepticism. We haven't done a project like this before, so this is kind of new for us. But I view it as an opportunity. That old Hamden area does need attention, and if nothing else, this is an opportunity to completely rebuild, multiple blocks of a city street for $1.5 million of city funds. I think this grant is a great get. 82% of this money is from Dr. Cog. I think we would be making a grave mistake if we passed up this opportunity. And excited to see this happen, and I'm excited to see what comes of it. So thank you.
Member Anderson.
I wanted to speak in support of this as well, and I think one of the reasons this is such a strong project is just because that this particular area has seen such a massive private investment. There's been lots and lots of new buildings, commercial buildings, a lot of housing in this area, and if there's ever a place where I want to see a big public investment, I want to pair it up with that private investment. I think this one justifies certainly the level of investment the city's putting into it, with many millions of dollars of private investment going in the same area.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nooncamp.
I just wanted to weigh in, because this is also in my district, and I've had the chance to engage with this project a little bit. Through a lot of the outreach that's been happening with the hospitals, with the businesses on Old Hampden, with the building owners on Old Hampden, they've actually done a really good job engaging the community to get us to that 20% design phase. So I'm confident that we can continue that stakeholder engagement to make sure that we get the right design. I have, through that process, raised my own concerns about some of the design images that I have seen, but getting this approved so we can get the funds so we actually can complete the design and then hash that out, this is the right next step. And so I'm excited. I think anytime we can have over 80% of a huge infrastructure project funded, not by our taxpayers, is a huge win for our city. So I'm enthused to support it.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Member Woodward, your light is on again.
Yes, thank you. I was real concerned about the width of the street also earlier on, and got to take a look at the drawings for, the drawings for the street, and then realizing how much is going on underneath the street. There's more going on underneath the street than at street level. And I think that's a big part of it. And I think it will also help that Swedish will be complete with their construction for now in the back, on the back side of it, where on the emergency room side. I think that will really help us out on Hampton. But sometimes Hampton's a real challenge right now to get down because of vehicles parking on the street and delivering things, that sort of thing. So I'm in favor of doing this. I think it's a great
Mayor, just a
thing for Hampton.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
just a quick correction. I thought I saw a funny look over there when I said 82%. It's actually 88% funded by CDOT, not Dr. Cog. But I hate it when I do that. I just got my numbers flipped up.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. No further comments. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp?
Hi.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
All votes cast, let the record show 6 ayes, 1 nay, the 1 nay being Member Russell.
Thank you, City Clerk. Moving on to 9C2. This is the Jefferson Fire Station locker room renovation. Member Woodward, I believe you pulled this item. And do we have someone from staff? Ms. Goblich, I believe. Are you speaking to this item? Good evening. Member Woodward, do you have a question on the locker room renovation?
Excuse me, I do. I saw that there was basically 2 amendments that we chose not to do. And I'm curious as to why we chose not to do them. One was the women's locker room. Everything's
Yes, that is correct. And the reason that we chose not to include the ad alternates was just because of where the base bid costs came in to do the main locker room. So we didn't accept the ad alternates just for that reason, as the cost for the main locker room was a bit more than we had anticipated.
Well, I see the alternate cost for that was $24,000, $23,912 to be exact. And this is almost a $350,000 job.
Correct,
Which- The way I read, I'm having problems finding my pages that I've noted things on, but the way I read what we had in the budget for this was quite a bit more. I mean, I just find it odd that we're doing all this work over there and we're not doing the women's locker room. And yet we're talking about things like equity and that sort of thing. I don't know, I guess the question is, I assume Denver Fire has women working as firefighters and also as medics.
Yes, paramedics, that is correct,
And I assume that when the building was built and the men's locker room was built in it, which hasn't been updated since,
That's correct.
there wasn't a women's locker room because I don't think we had women firefighters then or medics, and that came later. And
Correct, yeah. Yeah, because I know the current women's locker room wasn't shown on the existing drawings. And so, I didn't find any, like as-built drawings of when that was added, but,
so that was built without a permit?
No,
There's-
I didn't mean to misstate. I'm sure there were drawings done and permits and stuff. Looking in our record drawings, I didn't find a copy of it, but I'm sure there would have been, yeah. So,
And I guess something that I was looking at stopping over there on the way to Consul tonight because I really shouldn't be doing that because I wanted to see the locker room, see both of them just to see what they are like, because I think it's not equitable to be doing the building, doing what we're doing there, and then not doing the women's locker room. That just doesn't sound right to me in numerous ways.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Director Rochelle, I know that City Manager Lewis has his light on as well, so I'm not sure who wants to speak first, but
Go ahead.
I was just gonna add real quick that the scope of the project, Councilmember Woodward was included and coordinated with Denver Fire, including the ad alternates. So when we scoped the project, there was a conversation with Denver Fire to make sure that we were accurately completing their requests.
Okay. I want to bring up the second alternate too, which was metal on the bullnose tiles, which was a pretty minimal number, as I recall. $500. And having managed and stuff office buildings, I know what happens to tiles when janitor carts bang into them, especially on the corners. And that's, I'm assuming, in fact, I'm almost positive, why they put, or somebody spec'd the metal on the edge. It's either that or buy a number of boxes of extra bullnose tile now to be replacing tiles because they are going to get chipped and broken. So my thought is I would be accepting both of these alternates, 1 and 2.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. So current tiles are actually in pretty good condition. I know the material may be slightly different. Again, this was a request of Denver Fire to kind of upgrade the existing condition, and that's why it was put in as an ad alternate. The budget specific line item for the project is below the total bid, but we do have funding inside the facilities capital project that we're able to cover the difference, primarily because these are obligations per our agreement with Denver to upgrade the facility, which we coordinated with our legal team to make sure that was accurate as well.
Yeah. I've said my piece on that. I want to see the alternates in there. In fact, I'd move to amend it to include the 2 alternates.
thank you, Member
They
Woodward.
both have some meaning. And it still comes in below what we had, I think, estimated that at.
Member Woodward, before we make a motion to amend, can I get further comments or further questions from members of council? Mayor Pro Tem, your light's on, and then Member Russell.
Yeah, so I see in the packet, there's a note here that says, this is the only space in the existing building that has not been updated to current design standards and basic expectations. Do I take it from that the women's locker room complies with everything we need now, and that's why we're not updating it? Or is there something else at work there that I need to know about?
I will defer to the team, but my understanding is we scoped a project with Denver Fire, and Denver Fire did not specifically request the women's locker room unless there was funding available for it. Again, why it was put in as an ad alternate. Their main point of contention was the larger locker room and the abuse and use that it sees.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, whenever I see asbestos removal as a cost line in a building that we own, it makes me just a little bit nervous. Is this the only place in the building where we have asbestos? And if not, why are we choosing not to mitigate the entirety of the building as opposed to just doing the locker room?
So I don't believe we've tested the whole building, so we have it in the contract because asbestos generally, if it's undisturbed, is generally not an issue. But since we're going in and going to be disturbing this area, that's why it's included.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Mayor, I can speak to that as well. Just insofar as we were provided funding for Denver Fire to do pretty extensive renovations on both stations. That work was completing when I arrived, and that work did include asbestos removal. So if you go into the kitchen, both of these stations fully remodeled. The sleeping area is fully remodeled. This is really the last area. I will just comment that after having seen the locker rooms, the men's is far worse. And I'm very glad to see this project moving forward. And to Member Woodward's point, we can always use unassigned fund balance if we are short in this capital fund to fund the ad alternates for this as well.
Member Russell, do you still have a question?
No, my question was answered in one of the questions that Mayor Pro Tem asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Member Woodward, did you still want to make your motion to amend?
Yes, I do. I want to make the move to include the women's locker room and the bullnose tiles, or the Schutler metal edge on the bullnose tiles.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second? Don't see a second.
I'll second for the sake of conversation, so we can discuss the motion.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Newnenkamp.
I want to thank Member Woodward for bringing this up and for his A, attention to detail, and B, for his commitment to equity. I think that these are the kinds of questions that we should be asking, and I directionally like where you're thinking, Member Woodward. To the point, though, of the need of the locker rooms, I just don't have enough information to know the current state of the women's locker room. The men's locker room, we have photos, we have a stronger assessment. I'm open to considering that update as well, but it does seem that the need is not as severe, and so before I would vote to expend city funds, I would just want more information. So I will be a no tonight, just because I don't have the information I need to expend taxpayer resources on this, but I'm happy to reconsider if we get more information.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Member Anderson.
I agree with those comments, and would just add that if we do want to do these alternates and expend the money, to me that's a conversation about a conversation in regards to other capital improvements that we need around the city. Is this something that we want to prioritize over other things? We're very carefully trying to craft a process to evaluate capital improvements, and want to make sure that we're balancing this. I'm not sure the source of funding on all of this, but make sure it's balanced with other things that the source of funding could possibly pay for.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would like to, we can add these alternates. If we were to pass this now, we can add them. But I would like to personally go over there and see whatever I'm gonna see in the women's locker room and the men's locker room. But the line items here for lockers, sink and vanity and bench and patch and repair painted surfaces, ceiling grid, all these types of things, fire alarm device. I want to see them, and I'd be more than happy to, if come back and share that with the rest of council and look at the alternates at another time and pass this now. Because the alternates, I'm sure, can be added. They're alternates, so.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? And with that, can we please vote on the motion to amend to include the 2 alternates?
Member Anderson?
Nay.
Member Newnenkamp?
Nay.
Member Russell?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Nay.
Member Wink?
Nay.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Nay.
All votes have been cast. Let the record show 6 nays, 1 yes, 1 aye, that being Woodward. Member Woodward.
Thank you, City Clerk. And with that, can I just, we'll go to the original motion. Can I get an approval on 9C2?
Move to approve 9C2.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Nooncap. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C3, this is Ally Universal Security. And I believe, see where this came from. Is there a member of council that pulled this item?
I did.
Member Russell, go ahead. We got Deputy Director of Public Works, O&M, Chris Edelstein. Go
Right.
ahead, Member Russell.
And actually, I guess my question is, why has this significantly increased? It hasn't been that long since we did this.
Yes, so when we brought it to the study session, that was to get your feedback to move forward with this. So this is actually just getting the approval due to the increase. So this is exactly what was recommended by council, so it's just getting approval for the increase in the cost of the contract.
So when did we talk about this?
I believe it was February.
Study session was on the 27th.
27th of February.
The
So that was
27th of February? I mean, was that when we made all the library changes, or is this subsequent to all the library changes?
This is when Director Underhill and I came forward and presented. There was 4 or 5 different options that we put in front of you. We actually added the armed guard at Member Ward's request. So we came forward with 3 security guards for the 3 entrances and then 1 floating, all being unarmed. And then following the study session, we added the floater to be an armed guard instead of unarmed.
Okay. So then it's waited quite a while to come forward. Was there a reason for that?
Just working through getting everything finalized, getting the change order to Allied to make sure we had all of the numbers correct. So this is just bringing it forward for the final approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
I'll move 9C3.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C4, we have Director Van Rye with Utilities. I see here, and I believe, Member Russell, you asked for this item as well.
I did, thank you. My question is, this contract, if we go into everything, will take us $8,000 over budget. And so I'd like to know where that $8,000 is coming from. I think I know, but.
Yeah, so this contract is actually, Am I on now? Oh, there I am. So this contract is actually an on-call agreement. And so what this does is this establishes just that upper limit of what we could potentially use them for as an on-call contractor. So we've gone through a process to select a contractor through a competitive bidding process. We select this contractor, and then the $250,000 is just an upper limit that we approve, that we then go back, and when we have projects, we do task orders against that $250,000. This is actually a year-long contract, so it'll start this year and it'll extend into next year. So even though it shows that it's $250,000 under that line item, could put it potentially $8,000 over, it's actually, we're not approving any actual work with this contract. It's just the open-ended ability to call on them to do work. And like I said, it'll extend into next budget year. So even though it's $8,000 over, because of that timing from a budget perspective and the fact that it's not actually approving any work yet, it doesn't exceed any budget right now.
And it probably won't go over. I mean, do you kind of keep an eye on that? But if something happens, then we can take the money from WIFIA, correct?
Yeah, so typically, well, it depends if it's a WIFIA approved project. I mean, there are certain projects that are in the WIFIA loan. For this type of work, this is more general, ongoing project work. And so it may or may not be something that we submit for WIFIA reimbursement on. Typically, it's not. Typically, it's if we need someone to go out and do some work out at a pump station or down at the Allen plant. If we do end up fully utilizing the full $250,000 before the end of the year during this budget cycle, that $8,000 differential would be covered by underspend in other line items. So we would never, with something like this, we would never exceed the appropriation for the water utility budget.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C4?
I move to approve 9C4.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving on to 9C5. This is the renewal of the Optimal Source Professional Services Agreement. We have Director Van Rigen. And Member Russell, I believe you had the question as well.
Yes, I did. And so I could be totally off on this, but I think in 2020, City Council purchased new software for $1.2 million that would bill for everything the city needed plus a lot more. Are we using that software, and does it apply to this?
So those are two different projects. So the software piece of it, we are very close to rolling out that new billing software and a new utility bill. It is well behind the original schedule that was contemplated when this was originally, when this project was originally undertaken. We've done a very extensive job of managing that project. Essentially what happened was the original scoping of the project did not account for the complexity of our billing systems. And it's not just the complexity of our billing system, it's the number of unique types of billing situations that we have. And because of that, the programming has taken longer. It's just been a challenging project. The last thing we want to do is roll out a billing system that that creates a whole bunch of problems for our customers. We are getting close, very, very close to actually resolving all of those discrepancies. And the next step is to do what's basically a mock go live. And so what we do is we run our current system and then we run the new system in parallel to ensure that all the addresses, all the bills match. So that's the billing system project. This is basically the actual physical bills themselves. So the billing system generates the data, generates the PDF. We send that over to InfoSend to actually generate our bills. So the bill that you get in the mail, that paper copy of a bill, is what this contract accounts for. Now, we'll continue to do that until such time the council or the community wants to go to fully paperless billing, which is actually something that some communities are doing. The city of Thornton actually just did this with their water bills. I don't know that we're necessarily there yet. I want to get through one major change to the billing system before we go and do something like that. So until such time in the future that we don't send out paper bills and paper mailings to our customer, this kind of service is needed as a complement to the actual billing software.
So even, even when that new software is up and running, we're still going to need this aspect too, or no?
Yes, absolutely. There are two separate things. One is the data generation of the bill. This is the physical sending the bill in the mail to the customer.
Okay, and, should we have bought that back in 2020? Had you known what you know now?
I would say that, so it's hard to retrospectively look at this. I think the project is going to be a successful project. It has been a challenge getting there. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's been a challenge to get there, both on the data side, the migration side. There's just been a significant amount of challenges to this. But this is one of those projects that even though the schedule is taking longer, we want to make sure we get it right. And so once we get it right, we've seen we've seen the customer portal and the customer interface and the bill itself and the information the bill actually provides. And so when we finally get to the final finished product that we'll be rolling out, I think that's going to be a transformation in terms of how we're billing our customers and the transparency and the accessibility of those bills for our customers. So in that respect, yes, this project is absolutely worth it. The process to getting there has not gone as originally foreseen, but we're going to get there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C5?
I move to approve 9C5.
Thank you, Member Russell. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Nudenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. That got us through consent agenda items. We're now on to agenda item 11. We're up to 11C1. We have concession contract award to Jalisco International for the Floyd Avenue and South Elati Streets. We have Deputy Director of Public Works, Tim House.
Good evening again. I want to introduce two new leaders that have recently joined our Public Works Engineering team that are with me tonight to help present this item. We got Josh Keith here on my right. He's our new city engineer, is overseeing the engineering division for us. And we've got on my left here is Kyle Branham. He's our engineering supervisor. He's going to supervise our capital project engineers and help make sure our capital program stays on track. So we're glad to have them both with us. And Kyle's actually managing this Floyd and Elati project, so I'm going to let him go over a brief presentation summarizing this project, and then we'll answer any questions you have on this item.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Branham.
Thank you. Good evening. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. Control it with this guy. Thank you. Okay, I'll be presenting on the Floyd Avenue and Elati Street intersection improvements. So the purpose of this project is to construct channelizing islands at Floyd Avenue and Elati Street. These islands will restrict intersection movements at southbound through and southbound left turn lane on the north section of the South Elati Street there. You'll see it's a right turn in and a right turn out only. It'll also implement bike lanes, which will improve safety through this corridor for bikes and pedestrians. A little background. This project complements the future mill and overlay project that goes from Inca Street to Broadway. This will change the number of lanes from 2 to 1 in that corridor, which will create traffic calming and speed reduction. We're also implementing bike lanes for access all the way to the RTD facility. And this will be part of this will be included in the 2023 mill and overlay program. On to the analysis of our proposals. This bid was opened on November 29th, 2022. And the first thing you'll notice is we are not recommending the lowest bid, and that is because the lowest bidder did not meet the 10% required DBE goal, which is set by CDOT. And not sure who knows much about DBE. So a DBE is a disadvantaged business enterprise, and that's a small business where socially and economically disadvantaged individuals own at least 51% interest in the company. And so our DBE goal of 10% is set by the DBE program, which is administered by CDOT on behalf of the federal government. The DBE program seeks to create a level playing field for disadvantaged businesses to compete fairly for federally funded projects. And so in order for us to remain eligible to receive the federal funding, we must adhere to their requirements. So that's why we were unable to select elite service recommend elite service, and so we will be recommending Jalisco International. You notice this is a little bit over, about 15% over our engineer's estimate. We feel that's due to supply chain and inflation issues with fluctuating prices and increased labor costs. Onto the budget. You'll see our budget comes from three pools of money here: the Federal Highway Safety Improvement Program, the Englewood share for the local match funds, and the project overmatch funds for a total of $478,500. The funding from the City of Englewood for $150,000 comes from the 2021 Public Improvement Fund, and after design phase, we have $344,154 left for construction. So our schedule is pretty quick. We're looking to start in June of this year and finish up by August of this year. And so staff recommends that council approve a contract for Jalisco for $342,803.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brenham. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know how to word this tactfully, so I'm just gonna spit it out and hope for the best. When we look at those estimates, and you talked a little bit about the DBE program, and the lowest bidder meets the engineer's estimate, but we can't go with that bidder because in order to level the playing field, we have to go with the bidder who charges us $40,000 more above the engineer's estimate. It seems, I wonder if we're accomplishing what we think we're accomplishing with those types of programmatic requirements. It seems like we're actually elevating the playing field, not leveling it.
Yeah.
And that's probably an overly political question to ask an engineer, and I apologize for that, but I wanted to explain. You may have heard my chuckle on the dais, and that was. Is this, I guess, a question that you probably could answer is, in your experience, is this a common phenomenon based on that requirement? Is that what tends to occur?
I would let you guys answer that.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So I am formerly of CDOT, and yeah, this is a thing that happens all the time. Those requirements are set by the Civil Rights Office. Also, so I can speak to, I was on package 3 of the GAP, and if I recall correctly, so the contractor, all of his subs were already set up, all of their subs. So I believe it jumped up on that package to 23%. The contractor felt that was unfair. We, as kind of the design people on that, also kind of felt that was unfair since everything was already in place, and so now they were asking for a higher requirement. So we made a case to the Civil Rights Office, and we're pretty soundly just shut down on that. So arguing against the DBE requirements, it's just very tough. I've almost never seen it adjusted. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. It's almost never adjusted. So once they make their claim, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I'll move 11C1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. Thank you, Mr. Keith, for your discussion tonight. Up next is renewal of professional services agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group. We have Director of Utilities, Director Van Rye.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am back to present our item tonight for renewal of our construction services design phase with Jacobs Engineering. So let me get to the, okay, so this is for the city ditch piping project. If you recall, this is one of the most important projects that we have going right now. We believe it's one of the key steps to helping us improve our taste, odor, and hardness issues because it gives us that direct access to Chatfield in a year-round manner and also eliminates stormwater influence and challenges with the ditch operation that we have in the open channel sections. So we selected Jacobs Engineering last fall, have been working with them through phase 1 of the process, which is really the conceptual design of the project to understand what really is involved. We've also brought on board our CMGC, which is our contractor, since we're going to use that approach, and that's Reynolds Construction. They were brought on earlier this year. So that's our project team, Jacobs, Reynolds, our third-party owner's advisor, which is Burns & McDonnell, and then our city staff. That's a project team advancing this. This is the contract for, this is what we did in phase 1, which we're completing right now. The phase 1 design scope and schedule completes in June. So this is all the preliminary work to get us to the point where we can then make selections on alignments and move forward with a final project, final design, and then construction. This is what we're going to do in phase 2. We're going to continue with our public outreach. We've held a couple public meetings on this and are working through continued coordination with stakeholders and community members. But you see there's a lot of more detailed information. So geotechnical information, survey, alignment studies, really getting to the point where we nail down the alignment, we figure out where we ultimately want the pipeline to go, and then 60% design and 90% design, and ultimately final design of those plans. That's what ultimately will be constructed. And then this contract also provides construction services during construction by the engineer. So as we run into challenges or as things need to be inspected, the engineer will come out into the field and help us ensure that the construction is occurring properly. This contract is for, phase 2 contract is for a schedule through December of 2024. The contract amount is $1.215608 million. We added a 10% staff managed contingency to deal with unknowns as we execute and implement this project. We have some owner directed supplemental services at $30,000 that if they come up, we'll execute on. Otherwise, they're things that if we don't need them, we don't use them, for a total contract authorization of $1.337769. I'll also add that this was presented to Water and Sewer Board last week, and the recommendation by the board was for approval by council.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
You left us speechless, Director Van Rye.
It's rare, thank you.
Moving on to 11C3, we have City Manager Sean Lewis and Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd to talk about the contract with Englewood Arts for a portion of the Civic Center. Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. For both of these items, Member Woodward has brought up a couple of questions that we would like to go back and make a couple of edits. And so we would request that these items be tabled, both item 3 and 4.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Member Woodward, are you able to speak to the items that raise the questions or what the questions are?
They're really more of legal questions of the lease itself, the document. And so I think the managers and I, or possibly the attorney, will be meeting tomorrow or the next day and go over them.
Sounds good. City Manager Lewis, are members of Englewood Arts as well as Historic Englewood also aware that we're tabling these items for tonight?
Did you I did let Ms. Nichols, who was in the audience, I apologize that the mayor reminded me, and apologize to her for not telling her a little bit sooner. But we will formally give notice to Historic Englewood, and can you speak to?
Yeah, I'm gonna email Eric Bertoluzzi, the executive director of Englewood Arts, to let him know as well.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's for a legal matter, so just want to get the contracts correct. So with that, can I get a motion to table? Do we have a date certain? Would it be the next council item or next council meeting in the first week of June or the first Monday?
I think we could do that in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Well, we got a 5th Monday.
We got a fifth Monday,
3.
so it'll be the first one in June. Okay. So date certain of June 6th, I believe that is. Can we table?
I'll move to table these items or till 11C3 and 11C4 until June 6th.
I think we have to, I'm sorry.
5th.
June 5th, and I think we have to do them one at a time, but we'll table that one. Can I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you. Now 11C4. Can I get a motion to table 11C4 to June 5th?
I'll move to table
Thank you, Member Woodward.
11C4 to June 5th.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
The record shows 7 ayes.
Thank you for bringing those to our attention, Member Woodward. With that, we are now on to Mayor's Choice. Not much for me tonight, just I will be attending the chamber dinner on Thursday night, so I know that members of council will be there as well. I believe it begins at 5 p.m. Do I have that right? So other than that, I have no other item. Anybody have something for council members' choice? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I just have a couple of council requests, and I have 3 questions that really are surrounding an email that council received regarding a police shooting last year and concerning the comments and behaviors of officers. I have 3 requests. Is that being investigated, and will city council get a report of that? And I'll just go ahead and ask all 3 questions. Several core requests that have been denied, can city council get the reason that those requests were denied? And then 3, the email states a council member, the city has a gag order on this, and I was unaware of it until a few days ago. So my question is, when there is a gag order, why isn't all of city council notified to review and discuss?
Mayor, may I ask?
Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you. Member Russell, on your first, are you speaking of the officer-involved shooting that the gag order pertains to, or a different shooting?
That one. Actually, it is in the... No, that one.
Okay. And then can you, I'm not aware of any denials of core requests. Can you be more specific on which ones those were, or maybe who the requester was?
Okay, I think it was in here. I will let you know who the requester is. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, so just a little bit of information. If there's a gag order, are we able to respond to those council requests?
I would be happy to review the gag
Okay.
order. This is a case that's a current criminal prosecution in district court, and district court has issued an order limiting what we can say, and this is from August of 2022. So we will review the gag order, and if it limits some of our response, then we're happy to do that. I know I was CC'd on the core request for documents, but it is an open criminal investigation and prosecution. And then there is this gag order as well that limits what we can provide and what we can say publicly. In general, once a criminal case is over, once it's no longer prosecuted, then a lot of those documents become open record. But until that happens, generally, we are required to keep them confidential.
Okay, so really, the answer to that question may be the gag order or the fact that it's in court is why. So the
Member
the
Russell,
question was just.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just why the core requests were denied.
I was gonna say, the one other aspect of it that we could probably talk to the process of whether or not we were all made aware of the gag order back in August of 2022, but that could be just to supplement the actual question about whether or not we were all told, so. Does that make sense, Member Russell?
That does make
Okay.
sense. So it just
It
kind of
sounded like you were maybe unaware of it, so that's why I
Right,
was kind of
right.
wondering if we should add to it. Okay. Perfect. Member Noonekamp.
Actually, can I have?
Before we get to go ahead, Member Russell.
Okay, I have another question. The elevator at the Simon Center has been out for 4 months, and there are still no parts. When can the residents expect it to be up and running? Is there anything we can do to find out the answer to that question? I mean, here's the problem right now. A lot of people are moving in and out of the building, and so they have one elevator for people going up and down, plus, and so anyway.
Mayor, may I?
Sure, go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
With each of the requests that we get on Simon Center or Orchard Place that we receive from council, we do reach out to the staff of the Englewood Housing Authority, also known as Innovative Housing Concepts. They own and operate those facilities, and they've been very helpful with providing information. I believe the last question that we asked about the elevator was a supply chain part issues, but we'll reissue that request to them, and they've been very forthcoming with information about that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think that's all I have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Noonekamp.
Sure, I have two quick things. One is that the Public Library Board met last week, and I wanted to share out with the council just how transformative the additional staffing and the additional security has been for the library. They keep records of all of the incidents and ejections that they have month to month. And in April, we were seeing dramatically lower numbers than we saw in December and November before we made some of those key changes. And so the trend continues to go downward there. There's good positive things happening, trend meaning fewer incidents. And the staff seems to be in a much better place as well. And the patrons are experiencing that as well. They were out at the Celebrate Englewood event and got a lot of really great feedback. And so that was going great. The board also did commit some funds for 3 members of the staff to attend a library safety summit in Columbus, Ohio in the month of April, where they also gleaned a lot of great best practices that they're going to apply to our library, as libraries across the country are experiencing some of the same challenges related to safety. So really proud of the staff in the library and the board for supporting that good work, and grateful for this council for supporting some of those safety and staffing changes that we've made there as well. My second public or council member's choice item is, as you may remember, in February, I brought up the idea of us doing more council town halls together. I know many of us do our individual meetings, And we brought up the idea of doing a quarterly, more social event together where we can invite citizens to come and to ask questions about the community. There was a council request in response to that on February 7th that you can reference, where staff gave us several suggestions, some of which we're already doing, like council booths at events and council obviously attending events. But the two maybe new ideas is a council event once a quarter. We could rotate to the different 4 council districts, either a coffee with council, which we would do in a morning together, or a cocktails with council, which we could do in an evening at one of our local establishments. And there was, I think, majority support and interest in this idea when I brought it up at the beginning of the year. And we've been a little busy since then, but I wanted to revive it because I do think it's still a worthwhile idea as we think about. We've heard so much from citizens around the desire for better communication, and we do a lot of that through relationship building and through trust building. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us to make ourselves available, and wanted to get the affirmation from this council that we should move forward with having staff help us schedule these.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. I would be in favor of scheduling something. Mornings are very difficult for me. Evenings would work for me. I think we just need to get something on the calendar because I don't think that we're going to be able to get a date that works for everyone, but we need to throw a date out there and just see who is able to make it. I think that's the best way to do it because trying to get everybody to agree to one day. I'm happy to do it in June, first couple of weeks in July since we've kind of had the council meetings. We canceled the first 2 council meetings in July. I'd be happy to do that as well, but I know that we probably already have some vacations around that time as well, so June would work for me. Anyone else? Member Woodward.
I think I had mentioned in the past that we used to do some town halls where they were informative of current projects or projects coming up. Typically, the city manager went through it, and then in the case with all the stuff going on with utilities, probably Peter. And then having the kind of a council type report, and then opening it up for questions, the cookies and, drink type of thing, cookies, coffee, and water or whatever. But that was outdoors, and it was, one specifically I remember was Romans Park. I think Parks provided a pretty big tent or enough tent that people could sit under in the event of rain. But they're pretty effective and had people there.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Anyone? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm supportive of that idea. I think it's great.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I also like the idea that Ms. White brought up in terms of just identifying specific topics for that meeting and sticking to that and having that. So that may be the first opportunity to reach out to Ms. White, figure out what are the most pressing issues that she would like for us to cover during the town hall. But I think that would be one way to handle some of these town hall meetings.
Okay, great. Well, I will work with staff on finding some dates. Sounds like we're moving forward with the evening time, and hopefully we can find some times that works for all of us. Thank you all so much for the support.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor?
I
Go ahead,
just
Mayor
wanted
Pro
to.
Tem.
I'm
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Member
raised
Wing, sorry.
I didn't know if you could see it. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm appreciative of what Council Member Woodward shared, and it sounds like a lovely sort of way to engage with the citizens, and I'd love to see if there's some semblance of that we can take advantage of as we rethink this, especially if it was successful back then. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wing. Sorry about that for not seeing your hand. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you. It's been a busy couple of weeks for me. Last week, I attended the Public Service Appreciation Lunch on Wednesday at Bellevue Park with a bunch of city staff. Got to sit with some members of community development, code enforcement, and police dispatch, and it was just a really good time. Didn't talk a lot of shop, just kind of hung out and had some good food and some social time, which I really enjoy. And Daisy the Wonder Shepherd was a big hit there as well. So I'm looking forward to that event again next year. And then on Friday, I attended the Chamber Coffee, which was hosted by Colorado's Finest, just a few blocks away from my house in District 4. Really informative. It took a while, ended in a tour of the facility, which is very nice. First time I've been in there on like a guided tour. They do a great job of engaging their students. Everybody seems happy, content, and well-ordered. Of course, we were pretty close to graduation time over there, so it could have been, they said some of their students already graduated. But it was a really nice time, and it was good to spend some time in the district. I did want to follow up on some comments that were made during tonight's public comment related to our discussion during the study session last week about the courts. This is not the first time I have gotten feedback of this type related to the questions that I asked the judge. I want to make it clear for anyone who goes back and reviews the video. I made an assertion about declining court fees and revenues, along with declining caseload, along with increasing court budget. I stand by that point. I don't view courts as a profit center or revenue center. I never have. I didn't feel like my statements implied that, although the judge's response seemed to indicate that that was the impression he got. I don't expect the courts to turn a profit. That's not what courts are for. However, I think it would be irresponsible of this body to allow any department in the city, including the courts, when we control the budget, to see ever-increasing costs while showing decreases in the business that that department is doing. It wasn't convictions, as it was mischaracterized tonight. It was cases, actual cases and hearings. And if you look at the charts based on the information that the courts provided, as I indicated last week, or at least I thought I indicated, declining cases, increasing costs. That's of concern to me. Some of our residents may think that the independent judiciary can or should be able to just do whatever it wants, and that's fine. They're welcome to that opinion. I believe that this body has the right and responsibility to monitor spending in all aspects of city government, and that's what I intend to do going forward. So I hope that clarifies my comments. Anybody who has any questions can feel free to contact me or email me. I've had a discussion with one resident already who left just about as satisfied as anyone who disagrees with anything that I say, but at least I was able to clarify my statements with that resident. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? And with that, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I really want to report on the recent storm event that we had. By some accounts, this was the largest period of rain that we've had in a short amount of time in about 10 years in different parts of the metro area. I don't have the exact stats yet on Englewood, but it was a very historic storm with multiple days of rain, really soaked ground, which lends itself to the ability of large amounts of stormwater to come onto our streets and into our stormwater system. So just wanted to give council an overview. You may remember when it was a little before I arrived, Englewood was all over the news. We had a car driving into a sinkhole that was in Oxford. It was our stormwater pipe. We had a second sinkhole after that. We had widespread public confidence lacking from our residents about our stormwater system. At that time, staff began working on a master plan at the direction of council for a year, analyzing all the hydraulics throughout the community, but really focusing on the South Englewood Basin and an area in the north part of the city. And that work resulted in a capital projects, a list of capital projects that we knew we needed to do. It gave us all the data we needed to do those projects, but we still didn't have the money. You may remember we had the lowest stormwater rates in the state of Colorado, probably one of the lowest in the urban areas of the United States. While some people were proud of that, that led us to not spend the money on capital that we needed to spend. This council and the previous council saw fit to do a stormwater rate and fee study to really dig into what rates and fees do we need to set in order to pay for this massive capital list? And through that process, we were able to get rates on a steady incline without a major shock to the system in 1 year, and start planning for the capital. So last year was really our first year that we had the funding plus the planning to actually start executing on some of those projects. So the specific projects that we completed, almost completed both of these sections, were the S3 and the S4 sections of our stormwater master plan. These were plans that were adopted by council, and then individual projects were approved as well. We've spent about $3.5 million to date, and between Public Works, the police department, myself, all who were out and about driving around through the storm and taking videos, photos, documenting what we saw, we're really happy to report that those improvements performed very well in the storm. I was talking to Member Russell about this, and she, I think, was driving around too and saw some other members of staff. There were vehicles crisscrossing the city trying to just assess what we actually had on the ground while rains were coming down. And so between the inlets that were enlarged, and both enlarged and increased in numbers, for instance, in front of Frank the Pizza King, that was an area that we've seen video time after time at this meeting. We had installed 3 new large inlets there that not even the first of the 3 inlets was being fully utilized at the height of the storm. So we think we've got that right in terms of, when we have a large storm event, that we're going to have the facilities right there at Broadway. That meant it didn't overtop Broadway like it did in 2018, which meant that the inlet in the Bannock alley between Bannock and Cherokee, that was very much a point of interest in 2019 and 2020, had very little water going into it because we were controlling the stormwater at the point that it was needing to be based on engineering and science. And so we're really happy with how that's performed. We're going to keep watching that when we have storm events. We know we've got much more work to do in the S1 and S2 sections of that plan, including the stormwater detention pond that's now fully designed, I believe. If not, it's just very, very close in the 90 percentile of fully designed, and start construction on that project too. We think that's going to significantly further complete that process to make that South Englewood Basin far, far safer, and one that we can all be proud of. I also wanted to, one of the videos that you saw tonight was on the Little Dry Creek Plaza, and I appreciate that residents were concerned about that. We were concerned about that as staff. As was mentioned earlier, the design of that grate that is currently over the Little Dry Creek Plaza inlet that takes the stormwater underground and dumps it out into near the Platte River at Santa Fe, that inlet was designed. We did coordinate with the Mile High Flood District and helped with those plans, but we're gonna have to go back to Mile High and say this isn't working. It's large enough, but it doesn't take into consideration the amount of debris that is piling up on that. And as the water raises, there's a bottom pile up that doesn't come out, then the next layer, and it just keeps going, and it overtopped that grate based on the debris that we saw sitting on top of the grate when our staff was going out there multiple times cleaning that grate off. So we know that it's not functioning well. That led to a backup that caused, we believe, potentially caused some of the flooding that you saw in Cherry Hills Village that was on Channel 9, I'm told yesterday. So we want to address that with Mile High, make sure that that structure is working properly. And then finally, I'll just end with South Platte Renew, and wanted to make one correction to an update that I sent you all on Friday. We thought at one time that we had a 70 million gallon per day inflow into the plant. We looked at that. We think that was a measuring error. It looks like we were steady at about 55 million gallons per day in the infiltration and inflow. So what that means is when we have a large rain and the ground is getting soaked, we have manhole covers that have water leaking through them. We have sewer mains that have small cracks in them that the soil is letting that leach into. We have, service lines that are at residential properties that have cracks in them that are letting water seep into those. And so what happens is that creates, especially over a 300,000 person service area like South Platte is, that creates a lot of stormwater that's actually leaching into our wastewater treatment plant flows in both Littleton and Englewood. So that plant is designed to handle 50 million gallons a day. At the height of this storm, we were handling 55 million gallons a day. Until about 3 weeks ago, that would have been a significant problem. But this council, the Littleton Council, in funding the capital improvements and the sewer fund rate and fee study and master plan. As a result of that, we had just gone to KIM-PUV. We had implemented that process. And you may remember hearing Peter, Director Van Rye, talk about this. That's where instead of treating our water at the very end of the process with chemicals, we're treating it with UV light. Had we not already been on that system, we could have never pushed enough chemicals through to maintain our permit with the state of Colorado to be discharging clean, good water into the Platte. So that UV system was able to kill that, when you have an influx of water, you have more bacteria in the water, et cetera. So that UV system was actually able to perform far better than the chemical process that we've been using, again, up until 3 weeks ago. So I really just want to thank the staff that have done amazing work with these plans. I know the public has been impatient, as have I, on where are we with these plans, where are we with the rates to get the money we need to do these projects. But the projects are now underway and they're performing well. So just wanted to give that update to council and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Obviously, that's great news, just because part of the reason why we did this is we wanted to be more proactive versus reactive. And it sounds like, obviously the work of Director Van Rye and his staff, sounds like we got to that point here with this specifically. I know we were throwing out a lot of acronyms. S1, S2 are the Oxford from basically South Platte to Oxford, or basically to, Navajo. S2 is running alongside Navajo, correct? And then you talked about some of the work we did in S3 and was it A and B or?
S3 and S4 are both just on to the east of Broadway, but also just to the west.
Yeah, exactly. So just for those that don't remember the conversations we had about 3 years ago on this subject. So no, I appreciate that update, City Manager Lewis. Thank you very much for that. Mayor Pro Tem.
A couple of questions related to the Little Dry Creek Plaza issue. First question, kind of simple, and maybe I already know the answer to this, but where does the debris come from?
That's a great question. That's a very large watershed that Little Dry Creek drains from throughout a large area of the city. And in fact, when I was talking to the utility staff, they were reminding me how many cities actually drain into Little Dry Creek. So there are parts of Little Dry Creek, Cherry Hills Village is a great example, that are covered with trees, have a lot of vegetation around them. So anything that's dropping off of trees, but also anything that might be in a yard that gets washed into the gutter, which gets washed into the street, ends up in Little Dry Creek in large parts of the, this part of the metro area. And so it's really just what we saw in terms of the debris itself was from branches and tree limbs.
Okay, and the second question, which is perhaps more important, is what do we think the ETA is on this? How long will we be dealing with this as an issue during rain events? We've had a rainy season thus far. I'm no meteorologist, but I would anticipate that it would continue in that direction. So in the meantime, what are we going to do, and when are we going to get this done?
I'll defer to our Director of Public Works.
Yes, Councilmember. So at the moment, the parks, utilities, public works teams are all collaborating in advance of rain events to prepare and make sure the grates are clean, not only in Little Dry Creek, but also throughout the rest of the city. Specific to the grate issue, we're meeting with Mile High later this week to have that conversation and try and determine a path forward that's acceptable for all parties. One of the items that we're currently talking about also is trying to get a camera on the grate for a live feed. During this last event, we had staff going by every 3 hours or sooner to keep eyes on it and then coordinate cleanup operations if we saw topping or other flooding concerns.
And I heard that we had a piece of equipment out there, but it didn't have the reach to get to the bottom of the grate. Was that the issue, or we couldn't see visually what we were doing, or?
Both. So we had a backhoe with a long arm. We were able to get it on top of the grate. It's Parks piece of equipment. They were able to reach down, but not get all the way to the bottom of the grate. One, from a visibility standpoint, because of the debris, they were able to basically move it to the side and then remove it out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any further questions? See none. Anything else, City Manager Lewis? Oh, go ahead, Member Woodward.
I was just going to make a comment. I understand there's a lot of golf balls in that coming down from Cherry Hills. Parks picks up a lot of Titleist very nice bulbs.
Thank you, Member Woodward. And with that, we will call it a night. The meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a good evening.